Test, test, 1, 2, test, test, test. Test 1, test, test. Let me double check. Test, 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 test. No, I can't hear nothing. I think I may have done something wrong. Test 1. Test, test. Okay. I know what I did. Test, test. I pushed the buttons. That camera's not working. The camera's not working.
That's okay. It's the three of us against the world.
Did you look at your packet? Okay, Tallahassee band wanted to vote for, I think it's the yeah, yeah, Rick Seeley.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
So we need to add other business.
yeah, and I think I put it on your, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, you said Joni what? I'm sorry.
You ready? You're ready to go today.
Okay, budget, say budget on, now we do budget, so we can get a friendly amendment on those. Joni, did you mark the two, budgets that should have been new and not?
No, because I forgot which one. I knew it
I kind of
was.
marked them, but there's like two police, and then when I went to print the budgets late yesterday after everybody was gone, they wouldn't print right, so.
Yeah, Catherine's going to end up bringing it up. I know it's two of them. I just don't know.
Who's gonna bring it up?
Catherine Tallahassee Vanville.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it? Yeah.
All right, well, if they would just make a friendly amendment to change the
Is it the
heading,
OAP budget?
it's the
Two of the cop ones. Two. Yeah. It's either.
Okay, law enforcement?
Yeah. It's two of the law enforcements, I think.
Okay.
it's
For the
either,
budget, so.
it's either these two or these.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I need to look at them and see which one it is. But they're new budgets, they're not budget blocks. But you remember what happened? Like, we started doing resolutions with no paperwork because finance couldn't be because of the funeral. And then we got all the paperwork like one day before we had the packets out. Oh my gosh, Leonard's got a suit on. Holy moly. Willis looks like he wants to puke.
Okay, so I know that one. That was me.
Okay, so that one and then one of these. So it's 90 and yeah, I mean I could go through the budgets and see which one was wrong, but is anybody here? Who's Marcia? I don't even know Marcia. Or Kimberly Hazlett. Okay. I'll go try to filter through the budgets and see which one was new of those two. But if you know this one, okay, then it's 90 and 93. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Look, I'm ready. See this? No! You don't need that much caffeine. None of us will survive. Yeah. That's your bids? Okay. It can cut the time back substantially if we would consider that anyway.
Slowly getting this set up. Slowly.
We use a good, Thursday. Oh my gosh, that was the most productive, like, nobody went.
I didn't want to try it.
Oh, I know, I had to drive home.
That was my biggest thing. The rain and then driving through the sunset, just early.
Yeah. Well, I just had cataract surgery and carpal tunnel. I'm like, I'm trying out all the new parts. Woo! I know. Yep. That's why my kid or Kevin drives me a lot. Because, yeah, I just don't see that well. But you're too young for that. Come on.
I know, but I'm old.
But, yeah. Wait, that's nice. Come on.
with me today.
I do.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah. I got, yeah, I do.
Okay. You doing okay, darling? Okay, let's see if we can get through today. Yep.
2 questions each. 2 questions each.
15 minutes, 2 questions each.
Yep. Yep.
That's code.
Yep.
That's Robert's rules of order. Let's stick to the rules.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, she's probably getting dressed. We need to recommend that 77 be pulled, be withdrawn, because it's against farmer guidelines. The
And it's in this packet.
No, so I'm gonna request other business meeting. Yeah, I've got both of them right here. Sorry? You don't have a staple up here? No, we don't. That's what we were talking about, is setting up shop and getting everything in order up here.
They'll help you.
Okay. Nicole?
Can you help her with the password, please? Oh, I can. I don't know the password, I just always ask IT. Hopefully mine doesn't get-
Okay, if we can get everyone in their seats, it is 10 o'clock.
This is Jerry. He said he's not getting the notifications
For
for the meetings, the general council meetings. Which said he didn't get I just want to make sure Joni knows, because I
Okay.
don't get it. Miss Joni, Terry Edwards says he's not getting the new notices. And Rich said he didn't get his either. So I don't know if the portals have been changed or not, but he's not gonna make it because he didn't get the notification. Okay. I don't know.
Okay, it is after the 10 o'clock hour. Council, if you could take your seats, and we will call this meeting to order. You ready to call roll? Okay, this is the December 2nd, 2023 quarterly council meeting of the Seminole Nation. Give you a moment to silence your phones. Okay, Secretary, please call roll.
Leetta Simpson. Here. Anthony Conley.
Here.
John Narkemy.
Here.
Rena Tiger.
Here.
Anastasia Pittman.
Present.
Ida Gonzalez.
Here.
Nancy Fixico.
Here.
Leon Petit.
Here.
Joseph Billy.
Here.
Dolores Harjo.
Here.
Karen Fulbright.
Here.
Ann Borba.
Here.
Stephanie Lambert.
Here.
Sina Yeslip.
Here.
Lottie Cootie.
Here.
Marilyn Moore.
Here.
Ensign Lena.
Here.
David Frank.
Here.
Wayne Shaw.
Here.
Tiffany Thunder.
Here.
Catherine McCoy.
Here.
Charlie Hill.
Here.
Tommy Chupko.
Here.
Danita Harjo.
Here.
Willis Dethridge.
Here.
Desiree Emerton.
Here.
I have 26 present. Terry Edwards absent.
Okay, with a count of 26 present, 1 absent, declare that we have quorum for this quarterly council meeting. If I could have a volunteer lead us in prayer. Mr. Petit.
Lord, we thank you for your mercy and grace that you bestowed upon the Seminole Nation. Lord, we just also thank you for the traveling mercies that you provided each of us to get here to discuss the nation's business. Lord, we just pray that you be with those that are sick and those that have lost loved ones that are members of our nation recently. Lord, just comfort them. Be with those that are traveling today outside this nation. But most of all, Lord, we just ask you, we each remember the teaching of the Apostle Paul, and that we be humble among ourselves and put those interests of those above ours. For these things we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Representative Petit. And at this time, I want to take a moment to recognize and acknowledge the passing of Miss Cully. She was Tom Palmer band representative, former princess, and she served our nation well in so many capacities. So if we can, let's just observe a moment of silence and remembrance and honor of Miss Cully. Thank you. Okay, the first item, we have reading of the minutes, September 2nd, 2023. What is the council's desire on approval of those, as well as the November 10th minutes?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Ms. Gonzalez, and see Mr. Petit's hand up first. Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead and call roll. And this is for both the September 2nd and November 10th meeting minutes for clarification. Okay, please call roll.
Deanna Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Marilyn Moore, Henson Lena, David Frank, Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Janita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Everton.
Yes.
I have 26 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, with a count of 26-0-0, the minutes for September 2nd and November 10th, 2023 have been approved. Before we get into unfinished business, I'm going to ask this council to add 2 items under other business. TR 2023-104, which is a resolution to add an appropriation to the current Judgment Fund Burial Assistance Program. We had anticipated a certain amount of dollars to get us to the December 2024. However, unfortunately, we've experienced a higher volume number of deaths, and so at this point, it would revert back to the old amount. And so Judgment Fund had approached. There was a mix-up on it being added to the agenda, so I'm asking that that item be considered under other business, as well as TR 2023-105. It's an appointment for the Tallahassee Band for the Constitution Revision Committee. So if there's no opposition to add these 2 items only under other business. Okay, hearing none, we will add TR 2023-104 and TR 2023-105 to other business. Unfinished business, TR 2023-74. It's a tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing payment under Special Legal Services Agreement with John Tasuda.
I make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Representative Fulbright and a second by Representative Gonzalez. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Discussion? Okay, Representative Yeslith?
Yes, have we identified where we're paying out of?
Yes, we have, and the treasurer is here, but it does look like we have a reserve of $3,000 in a checking account that we can use based off of the interest on other accounts, and so it has been identified, but the treasurer is here if you would like to ask him any questions. But the funds have been identified. Okay. He's making his way up. Do we have a microphone? Fred, do we have a microphone? Okay. May have to turn it on. Okay, the Miccosukee Band still has the floor.
Yes, any questions?
Thank you, Treasurer. He said that the money is coming from interest accounts, is that right? And you said 3,000, is that all?
300.
300,000, okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense than, yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Then I have no more questions. I was like, 3,000 is not.
300,000, yes.
I believe it's 312,000.
Yeah.
And that's interest generated from the ARPA funds we had. It started, in fact, we negotiated with a few banks, and that's in reference to all the ARPA funding we had. And so that interest is generated from those, from the ARPA accounts.
Okay. Representative Dethridge.
With that statement that you just made, are there stipulations as far as the interest on our ARPA monies? Can it be used for just about anything we choose to?
Now, that will have to be up, I'm gonna say, up to the council, I believe. I'm not even sure how that's gonna be generated. I know that we can use that money.
Yeah, it's unrestricted.
Okay.
It's unrestricted. Okay. Representative Cootie?
After we approve it, if this is approved, will he start negotiating and working on our behalf? Is he doing anything right at this point now?
Doing what now?
I don't know if he is or not. I mean, I haven't.
Not doing anything until he starts getting paid, then he'll start negotiating.
I can't answer that question. I don't have that information.
He sent a report in.
There is a report that he submitted, but as far as what his daily activities are, he isn't reporting to me. He's reporting to Chief. And so I simply just don't have that information for you. Representative Petit.
I believe you're correct in your statement that we can use that interest for our own. The U.S. Treasury Department has a listing of eligible uses. It says, as such, recipients can place funds in interest-bearing accounts, do not need to remit interest to Treasury, and are not limited in using that interest for eligible uses under the SLFR award, which is, that sounds like we're at.
Yeah, there's a list of enumerated eligible uses for any interest, and this would fall underneath that provision.
Okay, my next question is from Mr. Arney. We just had this list here for 4 months that it started accumulating, and if my calculations are correct, it's probably an average about 4.5% interest on our money. Is that correct?
No, I mean, if you take an average it is, but, you know, we negotiated with the banks, they were wanting 4.25, but now we're getting between 5.1%.
Okay. And in those, is it in money market accounts or is it CDs?
And money market accounts.
Okay, and the money market accounts, it's interesting.
Take that back. Now, there are some that are in CD, which would give us a bigger interest rate. So, you know, they fluctuate.
Okay, and I've asked this question previously. Are those accounts insured and collateralized by the holding institutions?
They're all insured.
Okay, so our money's still protected.
Right.
Okay, the other thing that we're going to have to deal with, I don't know how long this may go on, but this money's going to recede as we spend it on these resolutions that previously were passed. So have we reached some type of, I guess, find out a way to approach that as this thing goes on past 24?
I believe currently there's over 200,000 already there, and so it's still generating. So we don't have very much to actually generate over time to meet our obligations to Mr. Tsuda.
Well, are we asked today to commit this $312,000 figure, or is it just going to be a percentage of what our return is on our interest?
Now, from what I understand, is we're going to earmark the 300,000 for the legal counsel. And then that's it, because it'll be all earmarked. And then as far as interest being generated, will be added to the pool.
I guess my question is, if later on, if we wanted to take some of this interest and reallocate it to another resolution that may benefit our people? Are we obligating ourselves where we can't do that?
Oh, I'm sure you can, but as far as right now, 312,000 is going to be part of the legal fees for Mr. Suda, and anything earned after that would be up to the council, I'm assuming.
Yeah, this resolution would not restrict all interest to this specific purpose, just to the dollar amount needed. So anything beyond that would be unrestricted to utilize how the council sees fit.
But we don't know how much is going to be needed because we don't know how long this is going to prolong. Do we not?
No, I mean, because it's gonna give you, because some of these programs are being utilized now, and I guess the principal on that would be declining, so the interest, won't be as great.
Which that's the point I was wanting to get to, because if I understood it, this was, I believe, $15,000 a month. Is that what we were committed to giving on it? I mean, it's only going to take a couple of years to eat just this amount up. And that's what I'm saying. If this thing prolongs into 3 or 4 years longer, do we have an alternative way to, we're going to supplement the payment that we're going to make to Mr. Tsuda then?
Well, we're working on other issues, that might say other issues, other financial, I guess say, income, and we haven't reached that point yet, which if we do, it would be able to generate enough money. Not only that, it would generate, and we'll have enough interest going back into the fund, which would be subject for other programs. But like I say, I don't want to say we are now, because we're negotiating with some banks, and there's some problems, there's some issues that we have to work out first before I can say yes.
Yeah, he's continually trying to improve our interest as those become available to increase.
I'll yield.
Okay. Representative Cootie?
50,000 a month. About how much time does he spend a day working on our project?
That I can't answer. Again, I don't meet with Mr. Tsuda, so I can't answer a question on the day-to-day of what he's doing on our behalf. Representative Sampson.
Okay. Now, I'm hearing over here that there was a report given to the chief from him.
I believe there was a report submitted to the General Counsel Secretary.
Was it on the portal? Is it in the packet?
Yeah, it should be in your packet. If you look under your bill, I
Yeah.
attached it with it.
Okay, I didn't get one.
It should say like that.
Yeah, I've been through all of them. I didn't get that one. I'm just saying. I got them all right here.
You can have mine.
Oh, okay. I'll come to you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Shaw.
As I understand, the way you explained it to him, that this is interest money, but we're not sure, totally sure if we can spend it.
Do what now?
No, that's not accurate. It is unrestricted, so we are able to authorize an appropriation through the General Counsel for it to be utilized.
Well, the reason I was asking is that it may be unrestricted, but we also got some monies that raised a stink in here about whether the chief ought to be, former administration should be charged and all this. There are monies there that's sitting there. Why don't we expend that? Because y'all are saying that's unexpended too. I mean, it's not covered. Why are
I'm
we?
really not sure which funds that you are speaking about.
What is it, where they borrowed the money to pay the employees?
Oh, so the PPP loan?
Yeah, PPP loan. That
Yeah.
right there, that's unrestricted, am I right?
I mean, as I explained to this General Counsel before, You know, that money was given to us in excess of what we actually needed. In short, it was a forgiveness that was walked through. And as the White House statements that were released several months ago, they are auditing any PPP loan that was at $2 million. Luckily, we're just under that threshold. But from the date of forgiveness, there's 10 years of which that could be audited. And should they find that something is disallowed, we would be obligated to repay that amount. We know for a fact that we received too much money on that PPP loan. We know that money was requested, which those funds were already guaranteed by grants. And so that $649,000, just to put it bluntly, we should have never received. So we have money that we should have never requested, and we have money that we should have never received. And so I think it would be a misstep on the council to utilize that money when it's still subject to auditing by the Office of the Inspector General and the U.S. Treasury.
Shouldn't that have been reflected in our treasurer's report that money is still sitting there? Because many of them will forget, the next administration comes in and they can go ahead and spend it, to keep from any of this. This should be reflected in all money should be reflected in our reports. So it is sitting there.
Correct.
Yes, it is, and it's an escrow account, so we can't touch it.
Yeah, and again, with that, any interest would hopefully be retained.
But the thing is, what I'm saying though is,
Okay, you want it on the monthly, maybe on your quarterly report.
okay, no, in your report, if that's there, it needs to be earmarked that it can't be spent until year 2025, 2033, or 2030.
Yeah, it would be 2032 when that would be removed from being audited.
But that needs to be understood, written out to the side of it or something, so that reflects on the next group of council representatives that come in. I don't expect to be here forever, but there's going to be somebody sitting in my place that's not going to know. And the way our tribe is changing, then things like that needs to be reflected on our reports so that the next group that comes in knows they can't spend that money, they can't do nothing with that money until such and such times.
Yeah, and from my position, I'm just strongly recommending it based off of what the White House has released, based off of the task force, and based off of the extended auditing.
I'm not questioning that. I'm just questioning, if we could use that money, because nobody has said anything about that PPE money all this time. How many of you actually remember it?
Looks like a
Very few.
consensus.
So I'd like that in the next report. Thank you.
Okay, now let's get back on subject because we are beyond the 15 minutes allowed for each item. Within that TSUTA contract, there is a 60-day termination clause. So if there ever is a point where we're running out of funds, we can terminate that contract with him within 60 days. So if we ever get to that point, there are provisions in there that allow us to exit, and him as well.
Call for question.
Question's been called. Secretary, please call roll. This is for 2023-74.
Leatta Sampson,
No.
Anthony Conley. No. John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
No,
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
No.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslip,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Marilyn Moore, Ensign Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Dwayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chepko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emberton.
Yes.
I have 16 yeses, 10 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, with a count of 16 yes, 10 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2023-74 has passed. Okay, this next item, TR 2023-77. Sponsored by Mr. Shaw.
You have to excuse me, I can't stand up every time, so.
Oh, you're fine, Mr. Shaw.
This is a travel resolution, civil donation of Oklahoma approving an appropriation of $1.3 million from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or other funds to the Housing Improvement Program. I don't know where we're at in our HIP program, but we need to put a cap on this. I didn't put it, it's not in here, but not very many people got help with the last $500,000 we put in there. So I'm looking at helping more people with this, to pass this to fix homes, and everybody's saying they're bringing them up to code. We're a reservation. This is our money. We do not have to bring these homes up to code. We help people in their homes with heating and air, gas, electric,
Okay, we've yet to have a second for this.
Oh, so
Motion.
I'm putting that on the floor and ask for a second.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I do want to point out one issue that we have currently with how this is written. Under the fourth whereas, it states, under the American Rescue Plan Act guidelines, no median income or jurisdictional boundary limitations are specified for this one-time assistance. Currently, under the Department of Interior, there is a waiver that was signed by the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs on behalf of the BIA requesting a waiver, and that waiver ends December of this year. So we're 30 days out from that waiver from expiring. The way this resolution is written, we would be out of compliance with ARPA and with HIP in general.
But this is not BIA money.
It is not, it's ARPA.
Right.
And there are provisions within the final rule that stipulate you have to follow certain CFR codes. There is a waiver for that CFR code. I believe it's CFR 25.
Well, see, that's the thing of it. That should have been brought to us before the last second.
Well, it's in the final rules. It was something that was identified. This letter was released March 5th, 2021, so it's information that has been there. But at this time, the way this resolution is written, it would be ineligible. It would be illegal underneath the final rule, in which we would be, again, subject to auditing, and the way that, again, the way the White House has approached this is they are seeking restitution and prosecution for those that misuse these funds.
We can ask for an extension.
We would have to ask an extension from the Department of Interior.
Correct. So can we not do that? Are we to write a letter or send an email to them?
I mean, given the fact that the BIA had to request, it would be an undertaking to approach the Secretary of Interior to ask for that. Now, I'm not saying that we can't utilize this. What I'm saying is this resolution is written in a manner in which we would be approving the use of the monies illegally in accordance with the ARPA
But what I'm
guidelines.
asking is, can't we, and I say we, I'm talking about Seminole Nation,
I'm sure we could.
ask for an extension of that December deadline?
Yeah, it's a waiver of the rules.
And so if this should pass today, we might want to modify this to say, when we get an answer back from them, whether it goes forward or not. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, but I'm a little reluctant to be in agreement with that simply because you're asking us to approve a resolution that we know in fact would be illegal.
But that modification would be asking for an extension. If you would put that in this resolution as a modification, then we're not out of compliance. If they should approve it, we can go on with this instead of waiting for 6 months down the line to get an approval, then try to come back to the council for it.
That is correct, and then also underneath the final rule, any services,
We're not saying we're using it for services at this time. We hold it in abeyance until we get an answer from the BIA or Department of the Interior. Then if they say, okay, we extend you this, to do this, we got till December of this year to pay it off, next year now, excuse me. We got 1 year to expend this money.
that's correct.
All right.
Yeah, and that was the point that I was gonna make, is then we would have until the 24th. Any services have to be
And
used until
it doesn't take
24th.
that much to spend $1 million,
No,
I'll
it
tell you
does
that
not.
right now. Not the way the guidelines y'all got set up there. Who's running the program, you know, but that's different, that's off, but I wanna to bring that to you, we can do that. But it would just take a little bit of a change to this resolution. That nothing be expended out of it if approved until an approval comes down from the Department of the Interior. And at that time, they can start expending it in the middle of a quarter. We don't have to have special meetings. We don't have to pay this extra $100 or $200 a head to be here. So,
Yeah, my recommendation would be to request that letter if that's what the council desires. And until we get an answer, table this item. I can assure you we're not gonna get an answer from them within 3 months.
well, you never know. But you can go ahead and submit it with that change in here. And that way we won't have to bring this back to the floor.
Okay, I see a couple hands up. That's correct. Representative Gonzalez and then Representative Lambert.
Okay, first of all, I believe that when this bill was originally introduced by the Ocheesy ban, it was brought up that proper protocol was not followed. And one of the things that should have been done is proper authorization from the executive office, and it needs to go through the finance committee. It never went through the finance committee. All appropriations have to go through the finance committee. So this could really never be passed without those steps being taken. So that needs to be in consideration. It actually should be withdrawn.
Okay, Representative Lambert and then jump over here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was kind of going to ask the same thing if it had gone through Finance Committee, and apparently it has not. But the other thing, I was going to recommend that it be withdrawn or tabled as well, because until we can see the changes that you're really wanting to see on here, the changes that'll make this legal, because really, we can't pass it knowing that a portion of it is illegal. So that's my recommendation, is to table it or to withdraw it.
Okay, are you asking for a motion to
Motion
table?
to table.
Okay, we have a motion to table. We have a second by Representative Narkemy. Secretary, call roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslip,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Henson Lena,
No.
David Frank,
No.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 4 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, with a count of 22, 4, and 0, TR 2023-77 has been tabled. Okay. We are going to move into reports of committees. Representative McCoy.
SNGA.
Okay. Gaming Agency. Do we have a representative from SNGA available for a report? They're approaching. Okay. And again, as we've tried to be mindful of our times, let's limit our discussion with each committee to the 15 minutes so that we can stay on schedule.
Sorry, pardon me, I didn't stand up before.
Oh, you're fine.
So Rudy, or I'm sorry, I don't want to chop up your last name. Okay. I don't know if you're the proper person to answer this, but this came up this week. The veterans was going to host some kind of benefit that involved bingo, and my understanding is it's been canceled. And I don't think the committee, the Veterans Committee, got really official direction, like maybe a letter. Not that I'm aware of. They just said it's being canceled. You can't have it. So you being the regulatory body, does that fall under you because they were going to do some kind of bingo? And if so, did you get some official letter on letterhead that says why they can't have it?
Yeah, one other thing on letterhead. I received a phone call from our NIGC rep after the first bingo event happened. I believe it was November 4th. Our representative relayed some concerns that the NIGC had over that bingo event. They deemed it a Class 2 event because it was bingo. We had several conversations back and forth where we saw it as a charitable gaming event because there was minimal prizes. From my understanding, after we were gathering information, there was no direct set amount buy-in. As I understand, it's more like a kind of a, you donate something, then you get a bingo card. We relayed that, and then it was probably about a week's worth of phone calls going back and forth, where they ultimately decided it was, they considered it Class 2 gaming that happened on tribal land. Even though that tribal land wasn't in trust for gaming, they can still consider it a violation of IGRA and NIGC. And so this past week, we were notified of another bingo event happening. And so we contacted the chief, because I don't know who to contact on the Veterans Association, so we contacted the chief, relayed this information, and I didn't receive anything on official letterhead. It was more of an email from our NIGC rep saying, this is why, it was a short paragraph too, this is why the NIGC considers this a Class 2 gaming, because it met 3 criteria, meaning they considered it a buy-in, and even though it was donations, it was a game of chance, and there was prizes awarded. So, like I said, we have a difference of opinion on that, but ultimately it's what the NIGC, how they interpret the law. So that's where that came from.
Okay, so just to clarify, the red flag kind of was raised back at their very first event, November 4th. Was any of that kind of told to somebody before this next event was going to happen? I mean, if you already were kind of warned and in some kind of communication for the November 4th event that happened, you know, that's like 4 weeks ago, and maybe they could have prevented all the buying and, you know, because, you know, they bought groceries and stuff to do for the bingo, so maybe communication, like you said, you didn't know who to contact, but maybe a representative, our council secretary has the list of who's on the Veterans Committee, could have been notified. I mean, they put a lot of hard work into this, and it was just to help them, you know, to be able to continue to represent us. I mean, I think they do a really good job trying to, when they're asked to be somewhere, and, you know, they have a set budget, which is, in my opinion, kind of small since they represent us, so I'll defer to maybe someone that maybe sits on the council that's on the Veterans Committee. Are you on the Veterans Committee?
No, they're back there.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you for that answer.
You're welcome. Okay, Representative Cootie.
I did talk to NIGC staff the other night, and what it is, because I did have a bingo with the elderly people, but that was just no money involved, and that's the difference. If you're dealing with monies and not monies like prizes, they have no problem with that. And he said the outreach was only trying to work with the tribe to be able to get it to work. And this time when it changed, I asked about the bingo, and what they said was, if you're having a fundraiser, that involves in monies, and then you have to account for that. So there is a regulation by NIGC, so that's why y'all got noticed, I'm sure, and that's what he said. He said just trying to work something out. So I think at one time the tribe has to set out rules or whatever for those people who are having fundraisers, and that's what I understood.
And we're currently updating our regulations, and this item will be addressed in our regulations where it'll be satisfactory to both the nation and NIGC. So it's something we are working on.
That's all they're looking for, is something to come from the tribe. And like, if you want to have fundraiser, how much money you want to make, and I think there's a certain amount of dollars that is set, that way you have to pay that, and you pay it in NIGC.
Yeah, because eventually we would like to have, a bingo night at OAP for our elders, like you said, something just community outreach and to provide an activity. So it's something that we do need to address at some point legally with the gaming agency and get those provisions in place to where it would be considered Class 1 charitable. Okay. Oh, Representative Sina Yethis?
Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong, it changed once McGirt changed. I know Creek Nation ran into this last year with different activities outside of even veterans or any committees. It was with schools or their basketball teams, because now the McGirt and considered everybody's on native land back to the reservations. That's where it's got to. NIGC cracking down, I think, with Creek Nation last year. And now I think they sign up through the tribe somehow to get notification that they're going to have a fundraiser.
Yeah, essentially any, whether it's native or non-native entity would
exactly.
need to go through our gaming
Because
agency.
everything that's on, yep.
I mean, ultimately, that's, what the McGirt ruling reestablished in a way. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you be so kind to either work with our Attorney General and make sure we put on the portal our Class 1, 2, and 3 gaming regulations, so that way we can negate all the questions. People will know what class our fundraisers are going to be involved in.
Yeah, well, actually, the regulations are posted on our website, sngaok.com. There's Title 15 there and a copy of our TICs, which we are currently revising, but the current copy of the TICs is on there. But if y'all ever have any questions, please feel free to contact me at any time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, doesn't look like there's anything further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
At one time, bingo was a, was excluded from all these 1, 2, and 3. It was excluded. Now, is that an exclusionary also in our state compact?
Well, state compact only deals with class 3 gaming. Bingo falls under class 2.
That's the reason they excluded bingo.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if there's some way that, because a lot of these organizations, they only prosper on fundraisers. And bingo seems to be a primary, what do you call it, a base, not the whole fundraiser, because most of the time you're eating Indian tacos, or you're having hot dogs or hamburgers, and that's where most of the revenue is generated. It's not the bingo, because you're giving $1 for $1, and you're just taking your chance. So what if we change that instead of the wording, instead of bingo, instead of saying fundraiser, donation of this, call it a donation rather than.
And that's the gray area, because we even relayed those concerns with our NIGC rep as far as donations goes. And after like I said, after about a week's worth of conversations, they ultimately deemed it's still class 2, because we don't see it that way. But we even brought up the donations, how they weren't playing for money, it was groceries. So, and when I asked, what do you consider charitable gaming as far as minimal prizes, we couldn't get a direct answer. So it's a gray area.
Well, I think it's time we stood up and fought them back on that, because that's trivial. That sounds like Stith up there playing this game.
I mean, ultimately, somebody made a call to NIGC and turned it in.
Well, you know where he's sitting, right up there in that White House in Oklahoma City.
I mean, somebody within our bubble had to have made that call to report that our veterans were holding bingo.
No, we got non-Native Americans that see our flyers, so it could be one of them. It doesn't have to be from Seminole or anybody down here in Seminole County. Oklahoma City, if it's on the media, they read the same flyer as I do down here.
Well, the NIGC rep, I don't know if it was a slip up or not, did say the NIGC received a complaint from a tribal member, although I couldn't get out who exactly it was.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Trying to be respectful, but somebody within our bubble reported it. So, but we're at our time limit on this item. Appreciate you. We got one last question, then we'll move to the next committee.
Clarification. Is it because no bingo you can have bingo as long as you're not selling the bingo sheets? Is that what they're called? If it was just they were playing bingo and winning things like grocery baskets, but they weren't actually paying for the sheet, like someone's like, here, let's just play bingo for fun and you could win something, you could still do that?
That's still
a gray
we
line.
brought up all kinds of scenarios.
Yeah, under class 1 is
But
charitable.
they're not selling anything and they're just doing bingo.
Yeah.
And they're hounding on the word bingo, so that's
Bingo.
the
Yeah.
big deal
Okay,
right
so
here.
basically check with you. If anyone's trying to have some bingo, they probably just need to get with you and say, this is what we're gonna do, can we have it?
Yes.
Okay.
And I
Thank
think
you.
some of the other concern was the fact that they are a tribal program, they are a tribal entity.
Okay.
That as well. So it's a lot of gray area.
Okay,
But
thank you.
Rudy, thank you. And
Thank you.
Is there any, Representative McCoy, go ahead, thank you.
Sindoc.
Okay, Division of Commerce, do we have a representative from Division of Commerce? Okay, looks like we do. Chief Harjo, thank you. Okay, Representative McCoy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hello, sir. I didn't know if you'd be here for the resolution, so this kind of pertains to the resolution that's coming forward. I just had a question specifically. In the resolution, it says that you guys require additional time to prepare the budget due to a change in Sindoc's Chief Executive Officer position.
Yes.
Can you let me know what's going on, please?
Well, kind of, the fact that we didn't produce a report to the council this time is kind of the same reasoning. And toward the end of October, Mr. Getz went on extended sick leave. The board chose at that time to make a change in the chief executive officer position. We have moved him to simulation services. He will be chief operating officer there full-time. He has returned to work and will be assuming that position. In the interim, I am assuming the responsibility of chief executive officer for the foreseeable future. We're trying to restructure how we utilize our resources and place them in areas where it will generate revenue for us. So we'll be operating with me as CEO for a period of time. That was the reason.
All right, so I have a few questions based off of your comments. So you are on the board.
Yes.
Are you still sitting on the board drawing a stipend, and are you drawing pay for being the, is it interim or full-time CEO?
Interim at this point. I am still on the board. What we're going to do is basically start with taking the stipend I would have received as a board and pay that out as in a payroll period as opposed to once a quarter. We are going to extend over the next balance of this fiscal year, gradually increase that a little bit to try to get back to what we would be paying someone in the future. But it's
So
going to
I
happen
guess,
in quarters.
I guess I'm having a moment here. Are you getting paid twice? One
No,
for being on the board
no.
and one for?
We will use the stipend of the board as part of the compensation as interim CEO.
Okay.
It'll be the base compensation for that.
And when do you anticipate advertising for that position?
I would say probably no earlier than the next fiscal year, because we need to, we're resource challenged, even coming out of this year. We're not going to be able to afford the type of position that person we would need to fill that position in all likelihood, and still expand into other areas. So that's the decision we're making, reallocating those resources.
Okay, and the decision to put you in as a CEO, was that by your board?
It was done by the board, yes.
Okay, so it's in the minutes or something
Yes.
to that effect. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Could you tell us what type of revenue CENDOC has produced for the Seminole Nation in the last 2 years?
Well, the generation for the last 2 years and several years past is basically based on the stores. It's the revenues from our 3 convenience stores and the revenue that is from the leasing activities that we perform. We have our own leased properties that CENDOC owns, and then we also manage the lease for Indian Health Service Clinic. Those are the base revenues that come into the Division of Commerce. In terms of what comes to the tribe, for many years, the Division of Commerce has basically been operating at a break-even level. That's been going on for quite a few years. So our goal is to, for this coming year, that's one of the reasons we're reallocating resources, pushing them down to where we believe people they need to be to start generating revenue, and try to change that dynamic.
Representative Petit.
Yes, we got a report here from the BCR, and I want to make sure this is correct. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But they indicate that, I guess through CENDOC, they've received $5,362.64 through the last, I guess, July through September. Motor fuel receipts of $159,983.98, and sales fees of $23,357.12. And I would hope that that would be somewhat of your answer, some contribution that CENDOC is making back to the nation. I yield.
Okay. Representative Shaw.
We've had no production out of CENDOC for the last 7 years. You were a part of that in the last 7, or right before that. So, but the thing is, why are we robbing Peter to pay Paul? Because that's the way I look at it right now, because we're having to get money. There's no money's coming to the nation, but the nation is having to still give to CENDOC. and it's supposed to be a standalone. We've had no production from, because today was the day I was going to bring forward that your, I guess, former CEO now, Steve, I don't know his last name. Anyway, I was going to ask for an ultimatum that he produce something within 90 days or hit the road. And I think that we need to maybe even put that on our acting CEO. If they don't do something and get something going, then they need to hit the road and we need to move forward. We're spending money, we're spinning our wheels, doing nothing. We fund hundreds of thousands of dollars on a whim, really. So we need to try to start saving that money and putting it in places where it's going to make us money. Our convenience stores close so early that people sitting out there, they have to use gas cards. And I can see them using gas cards, but you know, somebody might want to use that restroom at I-40. And if that door is closed and locked, they have to go around to gaming or go across the street. And they're going to spend their money there. So what are your future plans right now to bring money into the nation rather than keep requesting money from the nation?
Well, actually, to my knowledge, CINDOC has not requested money from the council for several years. In around 2013, this council allocated the revenues, you know, the management of the lease from the clinic to CINDOC, and since that time, to my knowledge, they've been basically operating at more or less a break-even level. And I agree that that's not acceptable to me or anyone else in this room. So part of the reason for changing, we evaluated where we're at. We've closed down a few of the things that were going on and trying to, again, part of the restructuring process. We took the authority that you granted us early last year under creating the entity known as Puxi, and we have created, under that umbrella, Seminole Energy, and we're preparing to bring a number of projects to you. I've asked the chief for time that we could actually spend a little more time with you than we can at a quarterly meeting. He's agreed to have us on an agenda either in January or February, whatever is, you know, at his convenience for the council. And part of the reason for asking for more time was to be able to determine whether or not we can incorporate some of those activities into our plan and in our budget for 2024. So we've got several things that are preparing to come forward. We need to present those to you with our partners. They involve projects here at Miccosukee initially, and to kind of give you a better feel for where we're going beyond that. To turn around the revenue stream, it's not going to happen in 90 days, and it's not going to happen in a year. But we can put ourselves in motion so that you'll see some significant increases in revenue potential over the next, say, anywhere from 1 to 3 years. It'll take to get the type of revenue that we need to offset and actually, create a diversified revenue stream. Probably going to take between 3 to 5 years to start producing. Now, I've always used a number about 10 million that needs to come here for to kind of be able to offset if we lost federal money. That's a number I've used in my head for years, talking to people. To get to that level, that's going to take probably 3 to 5 years, depending on the projects that we're able to get involved in. The biggest problem at Seminole Nation, we have no money, and that restricts what we can invest in. So when we went out looking for partners, we said, here's the situation we have, folks. We have no cash to invest, but we have land. So what can we put together? So just kind of, we're looking really heavily at solar and anything related to green energy because of all the opportunity that the federal government has given us right now in terms of incentives for people to invest in Indian country. So the projects we'll bring forward next month, hopefully, reflect that activity. So we'll be able to get more in depth with you on what we're proposing, what the revenue possibilities are, and what we'll be able to do over the next few years if we're able to get your support to move forward with that. It does involve allocation of tribal land set aside so we can make sure we can pursue that. Can't really go into the details right now, so we're preparing specific presentations to give the council so you can see what we're looking at moving forward. It will change our revenue picture, but it's not going to change it overnight.
Okay, we're approaching our 15 minutes. We're gonna, Representative Cootie had her hand, then I'm gonna ask that we allow the Prentice Committee. They have a function, we need to get them in here so that they can be excused. So, Representative Cootie?
One of the questions I wanted to ask was, the last time y'all came before the council, I think y'all talked about Buffalo. What happened to that project?
Well, the Buffalo project is still, underway. We have to get the range, the pasture ready for it. And so what we're working on right now is working with conjunction with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and they recommended that we have a controlled burn on the pasture. And so we're following that recommendation. We just received word on Thursday that they have awarded us funding for an archaeological survey. Before they can do anything at that property, we have to conduct an archaeological survey on the property. So it's the property that the council reserved. It's 500 acres south of here at the Self property. So we'll be looking at that. We'll be bringing you that'll have to be appropriated and budgeted. So once we get, they're asking for a 630 contract, so we've got to go through the process of working with the tribal executive office and tribal complex to get that in a contract, get it here for approval and budgeted before we can do anything with it. But that's the first step in moving that forward. We've got to have a pasture before we can do anything else.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of the board members in the past, and it's the same thing. I've heard, yeah, we've got something in progress, we've got something that, that's coming up and all that, and it's been going on for years and years. And, send out to the department that we should depend on to bring in $1 to the tribe. So, this government money were allocated everywhere in all kinds of programs. That's going to run out soon. And I don't see anything that we're going to be able to fall back on when that money is gone. And so I think that this tribe is in our need of enterprises that's going to bring in revenue so that we can say we're safely, can carry on the programs that we have. And, it's going to run out soon, people. Think about it. We got to strive to put some money-making projects so that it's been a long haul. I mean, we have not reached anywhere near what we need. I've been back since 2004, and we just haven't moved much. And all of you sitting here, you know where we're at. But we don't think about enterprises. We don't think about business that we should think about. Instead, we're out here, building stuff that's not used to our tribal members. We'll work with our tribal members. They put us in here to make it better for them. What have we done? Nothing. So think about it. I mean, I'm getting old. I'd like to see a nursing home or something out here. If I have to go to a nursing home. We've got a lot of tribal members that are elderly, so we're losing a lot of them. If we had a nursing home, they can go there, they know one another, they can visit. I've worked with elderly before. And I think that they need something. They just can't let us out there and have nothing to do. So think about it. There's some businesses that we can, I'm sure, generate dollars from. So we need to think about those. And I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you. Last question, Mr. Lena, and then we'll move along.
Yes, Columbia State that we have land. And yes, everyone sees that west of the junior college we are growing. And we have land nearby there. And My question is, do y'all have anything in mind that we could put there to bring in revenue? Because everyone needs gas, everyone drinks sodas, everyone drinks coffee, everyone eats donuts, you know? And I work west of there also, and I know they ask me this question all the time. Why don't you try to put something there? We'd go there. And, anyway, would you,
And if, Chief Harjo, if you don't mind. So I have been working since July with a development group on a proposed idea for development to be presented to council. We thought we'd be ready for this quarterly meeting, but given the length of the agenda and things, it will be presented soon, as Chief Johnson, as the chair, would allow it to be on the agenda. But we have diligently been working to present ideas to council. The Switzer project was one. This other one is a development for the property as well. So there are things that we're doing at the executive level to try to facilitate that. And then if Chief Harjo, you have anything to add to that?
Well, you know, I know that they're working on things. We have been looking at that site. We've evaluated that corner. That is a location we would like to add to our group. Part of the problem we've had in terms of this point is maybe to make sure the others are functioning and operating at the most efficient level, and they haven't been. And we spent the last year trying to bring that up to par, but we could then actually go out and ask people and to invest in that expansion. So we're getting close to that point where we think we're ready to actually do that. We'll have to coordinate with others that are looking at using that property to make sure that that's something that fits in the overall development plan. But it is a really good site. We would like to have it for that purpose. Expand that, give us a little bit more activity. And the other lands that we have, really, there's just a matter of trying to getting them utilized. I know we've got some ideas what to use it, so does other people. So we'll just have to kind of present all those to you and work with the executive office to kind of coordinate.
Okay, Chief Harjo, thank you. Princess Committee, I can see that you're nervous, and there's no point in being nervous. This is what you do, and relax. Nobody's gonna attack you. Okay, if y'all would like to just introduce yourself to the council. I believe everyone knows who you are, but just the same, go ahead.
SJ, Genesis Tallahassee Joho Jifkidos, Seminole, Oklahoma Legidos, Seminole Muskogee Choctaw Midoes, Tallahassee Idowat, Pushwogidoes, Haskell Indian Nations University Mahago Chugo Isowat, Hiowat Miss Seminole Nation of Oklahoma Does. Mido. Hello, my name is Genesis Tallahassee. I live in Seminole, Oklahoma. I'm Seminole, Muskogee Creek, and Choctaw. My band is Tallahassee, and I belong to the Bird Clan. I attend Haskell Indian Nations University. I am Miss Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. Thank you.
Inche Estongo, Tea Jones, Cha Chipkidos, Istajadi, Hiajifka, Hiadozidos, Amajoga, Ballin, Homgo de Lagindos, Amalegida, Nogozagidos, Mikasuki, Abagados, Cheshgegi, Lumhi, and Jeannie Jones, Jabozegi, Mark, and Tammy Jones, Jabuzi Dadi, Bertha Lindsay, Mangetka, Golabagan, Simeno, Mahagajoga, Iados, Meda. Hello, how is everyone today? My name is Taya Jones, and my Indian name is Hitosi, which is beautiful. I'm a descendant of the Bear Clan and a member of the Miccosukee Band. My parents are Lemhi and Jeannie Jones, and my grandparents are Mark and Tammy Jones. And my late grandmother is Bertha Lindsay. I'm in the 7th grade at Seminole Public Schools. Meda.
Okay, very good, very good. Thank you, ladies. Do we have any questions for the Princess Committee? They do have a function that they need to prepare for here shortly, so. Okay, Representative Lambert.
Thank you, Princesses. You did a great job. My question's for the Princess Committee. You the chair?
She's the Secretary Treasurer.
Secretary Treasurer, okay. My question is there someone from the committee that's going out with the girls and helping them out? Because I've heard that there's a little bit of confusion at events and stuff.
During Nation Days, we had 2 chaperones. I wasn't gonna be there through the weekend, so those 2 took care of them. The events that's been after Nation Days, I've been traveling with them, going with them, along with the parents.
That's all, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for working with the girls, but my question may be for you or for our chief, assistant chief. Have we cleared up the issue with giving these girls their scholarship?
Yeah, I believe everything's in order for those that are
So we have the
receiving
money
those.
and they're receiving their
Their stipends and,
Yes.
yes. All the
Okay.
meeting minutes through those come through. They are reviewed by the executive office and forwarded for
Okay.
processing.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Cootie had her hand up as well.
I know y'all have fundraiser and all that to go to Florida. Are y'all working on that now?
Yes, we're having a cornhole this afternoon at the gym. And at the end of the month, we're doing a youth basketball tournament at the gym also. The basketball 40 and over that we were trying to have, it didn't make, we only had a few teams. But hopefully this one and the following one will hopefully make.
The administration, do they donate monies or do they give monies to the princesses for trip?
In the past, yes, and then through the public relations, the executive was going to assist with sponsoring some of these fundraising events for the upfront cost, essentially so that they wouldn't have to absorb those and it would all be profit for those. So essentially, yes.
Okay, one of the things I heard, and as always, you just hear a lot of things and everything, but I hear that one family is going to go to Florida and their trips has been taken care of and their lodging and all that. So is that going to be true of all these girls that's going?
So all of the travel is through and in accordance with our procurement policies. In the past, that hasn't always been the case, but if a family wants to go and they want to schedule that and pay for that on their own, that's their choice and their decision. But if it's something that is through our procurement and travel policies, then everything's adhered to for that.
What I thought was that if one family is going, and I do remember speaking to this one particular person about that, if they want to take time off from their primary job at any time and go, they would have to use their own monies to pay for their trips and their lodging. And I know that's what we had to do. We had one chaperones levied to take care of all the princesses and everything. So I'm thinking that the princesses, when they go down, they have chaperones. They have people that, is with them throughout the activities.
Correct.
But after that, if they have their own time, then that's when they can spend it with their family and everything.
Correct.
That's the way it should be. So this one particular person said, well, I have a relative that's part of the Princess Committee, elected representative. So it said, I have the option to go at any time and whatever. So I said, well, in that case, you have to pay for your own trip. You have to pay for your own lodging.
Yeah, the only,
I understand that it's not families, and that's what I'm understanding. You were the one that paid for this family, so I know that's the fact, that's true.
without specifics of knowing exactly which trip you're alluding to, I know that right now, after coordinating with the Princess Committee, all travel for the princesses and their incurred costs specifically for being our ambassadors is subject to our travel policies.
So we did not authorize a family that's going to pay for their lodging.
I can't, that's not within my or the executive or the Seminole Nation scope to say you can or can't go on your own accord. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Seems like there's nothing else. Ladies, I appreciate you and good luck on your tournament and thank you. Let's give these ladies a round of applause. I know they were nervous.
The girls have
Thank you.
Christmas cards they'd like to give to each one of you. And our junior miss, her family has sickness in their family, so that's why she's not here.
Okay, thank you. Representative McCoy.
BCR.
Okay, BCR is being requested. As soon as these ladies are finished on the floor, if we could get the BCR committee. And it is BCR board, so I would just recommend standing by. Which two of our members of the BCR commission are council representatives. And then, of course, we have Miss Susie.
But thank you guys for coming out in full force. Wow. I had the opportunity to visit with Sharon this week. Could you just give all of us just a brief update on the tribal tag issue? Thank you, Widow.
Good morning, everyone. I noticed that you couldn't hear the microphone out in the lobby, so I turned it on, so hopefully they can hear me out there. My name is Sharon Scott. I'm Executive Director of the BCR Commission. I'm also the Cheesy Band Chief, Chair of the Band Chiefs, and President of the Oklahoma Intertribal Tax Association. When the tag issue came out, I wasn't here at the special call meeting because I was traveling back from a national tax conference. That's the good thing about all of this coming out, is because there were so many tribal tax attorneys and tax administrators, and our OITA board was there. So we were able to get together, gather as much information as we could, immediately called the BCR attorney, and he is online, and called the AG's office, and we began networking and gathering information. The following week was the National Congress of American Indians, and I was already there. Eastern Shawnee and Iowa Nation held a tribal leader meeting, and Chief Johnson asked me to attend. Assistant Chief was also there, and we were both probably more vocal than other tribes in giving our opinions and our assessments of what was going on. The Oklahoma Intertribal Tax Alliance also held a hybrid meeting while we were there. I think there was probably 19 to 20 tribes that were online and in person. Chickasaws, Choctaws, and Cherokees all have compacts with the state. They vary. Cherokees is a hybrid type compact. So, Governor Stitt said that they're the only 3 tribes with legal tags. They have offered their support to the other tribes in the state and to help us in any way they can. They have offered support when we've had tribal members that were, for lack of a better word, harassed, not by OHP, but by local law enforcement. And as soon as I notified our attorney in the AG's office, they were able to put a stop to that. United Indian Nations of Oklahoma is another group that's based here. They held a tribal leader meeting on Thursday, their annual conference. They were nice enough to set aside the afternoon for us to attend, and those that were in attendance were tribal leaders who were authorized to speak on behalf of their nation, tribal tax administrators, and attorneys. What came out of that initial NCAI meeting was that the tribal attorneys were directed to create an ad hoc committee to find out how legally we can move past this. And so they've been meeting weekly, I believe, and at the United Indian Nations meeting on Thursday, I really can't talk about what happened, but it in executive session, but they did nail down some work groups to look at different options that the tribes can get together with, and unification. I think someone said at the meeting that this governor is the great unifier for tribal nations, and that's true. We're all working together. We probably have gotten, what do you say, Ramona, 20, 30 calls a day about from tribal members who are concerned about their children going to school and off of our reservation, elders that are afraid to go to their doctor's appointments because they don't want to get pulled over. Know that we would like you to know that if you get stopped for any reason, ask the law enforcement officer why they stopped you. Even if you don't get a ticket, call our office and let us know, because we're tracking that information at the request of the AG's office. If you do get a ticket, give us a copy of it so that we can advocate on your behalf. And I just want to say Mado for setting aside that money to protect our tribal citizens, our tribal members that are outside of our reservation. What was I going to say? We have had one tribal member that was ticketed actually before the Otomazura ticket was issued. That was the initial one that alerted everybody what was going on. Since then, we've heard of 3 other tickets that were issued and 1 warning. So it's a lot of scariness, but in actuality, on one hand, you can count the people that have actually been cited or warned. And that's what it was. It was just a scare tactic. The ticket that we have happened on Muskogee Creek's reservation. They have asked for additional information regarding that because our treaty says that we have passage back and forth between the reservations. And so they're going to be working with our office to see what we can do to get that resolved. I've talked to Light Horse and they've talked to their contacts with OHP, and I think it's just a small group that are actually trying to enforce this. And since all of this publicity has gotten out, I think that, from my feel, that they've kind of fallen back, gotten kind of pulled back on their rhetoric and on enforcing this new mandate. But that's all I have, if you have any questions.
Yeah, I believe in reality, Indian country blew it up more than what it was with what was happening. And during that meeting at NCAI, this general council was the only council of all the tribes in Oklahoma that took a stand and addressed the issue and provided that measure for our tribal members. So we were the first to act and somewhat set a precedence for the other tribes to follow as far as what we were able to establish in that emergency meeting. So again, we, I know our tribal membership appreciates that, and some of the other tribes were utilizing or stating that the timing of it with, it being in November with these national meetings, that they knew that it would be difficult for the tribes to meet and to address the issue. But as far as my understanding, we're the only tribe in the state that was able to act swiftly and create what we created. So it's very much appreciated. Representative Shaw.
Are we members of UINO?
Yes.
We are members? I mean, she's an individual.
I'm an individual member of the UINO. The BCR Commission is a member organization. I have brought back a membership for the tribe to the executive office and gave it to Chief Johnson. And the last time that I spoke to him, he said that he was going to review the application process. And in order for the nation, the Seminole Nation, to be a member, it requires a general council resolution. So if that's what he chooses to do, then I'm sure that he'll bring that to you all for approval.
I attended up there out of my own pocket and go up there too this past Thursday. They had 23 tribes represented there out of the and we're not a member as members. if we're gonna back these tribes and they're gonna back us, we need to be members of that organization. So therefore, I'd like to say that, as a council representative, to direct, as an individual, I'm not talking about for the whole council, that we join that organization as a paid member. That way we'll have more input, although we've got a lot of input there now. What I saw on Thursday, we've got a lot of input as a nation right now. But we're still not a paid member of that UINO. So I'd like for us to have paid members so we have a particular voice in that. The first one we ever attended, I think the chief was there years ago. And that was also a tax issue with the Potawatomis. We cannot pick and choose. We need to join so we can be a part of that organization rather than a, what do you call it, a supportive group.
Okay, and again, I believe what she alluded to is that the application was on Chief's desk, and I'm sure to be presented to council to move forward
Well,
on that.
I'm asking that you bring a resolution to the next council meeting for us to go ahead and vote on to join that, regardless if it's a special call meeting or whatever,
Okay.
that we join UINO.
Okay.
I'll yield the floor.
Thank you. Representative Petit.
Yes, I just wanted, okay, because of all this confusion that's been going on and everything regarding the tag issue, have y'all noticed a drop in the tags that y'all are being able to issue to our members?
Yes, we have several of them that have moved back to the state of Oklahoma. So we have had a decline in our revenue with renewals and new tags.
So basically what you're saying, they've converted over to the state of Oklahoma tags, most
Yes, sir.
likely?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And my second question is, and I didn't understand, I think it was the 10th that we met, to make the resolution to support our members. Was this local assistance tribal consistency fund? Could somebody explain to me what that was? Because we didn't hear about it till we were getting ready to vote.
So LATCF, short for local tribal assistance, it falls under ARPA. It's basically revenue replacement. It's funds that, it's a grant funding that underneath the executive office, the program developer, basically you just had to apply for it. It was there. There was, I believe, 2 years funding that was available through that. Basically just had to apply. To my understanding, we haven't utilized that, but for very little, but all of that has come through council. It's basically like an extension of ARPA, where you had CARES and then ARPA, and then it's essentially the same, just another acronym with another set of rules. But it's essentially revenue replacement.
Could you tell us how much the grant was for then?
I believe, I don't know the exact, but we're looking at around 3 million.
3 million?
I believe it was 3 million.
And I think that the night that we passed this, there wasn't an ending date on how long we would be supporting this. Will those funds be returned back to the nation once, say, if this resolves itself within a year or something? Does the money stay with BCR? Does it come back to the nation so that we could use it for other benefits of the people?
The 35,000?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be up to the council. I mean, with that way that resolution was presented, there wasn't an end date, so that would just have to be reconsidered by council.
Okay, well, once again, I've asked that a reminder be sent back to us at some time so we can address that issue then.
Okay.
So, because, like I said, I don't want this to prolong for several years and, the people not have access to use that money in other areas.
Okay. Representative Fulbright.
Yes, I would like to ask BCR if you could keep the council informed on how many tribal tags people are pulling away from us and going to the state. Just kind of keep us updated on that to see how all this has affected us in our revenues because of, what's happening. And also, when they go back, their tags go back and they go to the state, are they supposed to pay back taxes or anything like that to the state?
No, that was part of the Supreme Court ruling, the Oklahoma Tax Commission versus Sac Fox Nation. Back in the 90s, the state was trying to assess those taxes, especially if the tribal member sold their vehicle to a non-tribal member, and the Supreme Court said, no, you cannot do that. So I do know of one individual that called me and said that they're an elder and a veteran. They moved their tag over the day after this happened because they live off reservation, but they work on reservation, and they didn't want to take the chance. This is before you all met to set aside that revenue to help assist those tribal members. And I said, well, did you tell the tag officer or tell the tag agent that you're a veteran? And they said, no. Well, you could have got a discounted rate. But I want to say that the tag was just under $200 to switch it over, whereas this individual was paying a $15 renewal, and new registrations are $27 with us. I do want to say that the state allows active veterans, active military, to have out-of-state tags, or a foreign tag, which a tribal member's tag would be considered. So if you lived off reservation but you're active military, you should be fine. They also allow full-time students to have foreign tags and not live within their reservation. So those individuals should be fine too. We also honor that. So we do have active military that live outside of Oklahoma that we issue veterans tags to. We also have full-time college students. They just have to send us verification of enrollment as a full-time students that live outside of the state. So they live outside, and other states honor that. So college students and active military should be fine if they have a Seminole Nation tag.
Thank you.
Okay, we're coming upon our 15-minute time frame. Is there any other questions for the BCR Commission? Okay, thank you. Representative McCoy.
Last time, SNGE. Last time I'll ask for something. I'll give everyone else a turn.
Representative Cootie, did you?
Yeah, after her, Older American Program.
Okay.
Will you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Howard James Holbutta. People know me as Chuck. I am a follow band member, Deer Clan.
And your title?
I am the Gaming Enterprise Manager for the Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprise.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. I don't know if you'll be able to answer this question. I was hoping the board member would be here, because my question relates to the board. My understanding is we still just have the one board member, Billy Shepherd, I believe, and I was just wondering, since he's the sole member, I guess he runs the board because he's the only person. And I assume you've had talks with him. Is there any talks about getting the rest of the positions filled? I mean, I know that comes from the executive office, but are you guys discussing that, or have names that can be passed on to the executive office? Because I really think that that board, is it 3 that makes that board? Really needs to be filled. We need to have more of a voice than just one person's voice. So I don't know if you have any input on that you could share?
It's at the designation of the principal chief that appoints those positions. So I don't know if Billy's been talking to the chief, but I'm pretty sure there has been discussions. But he does apologize for not being here. He had prior arrangements. He wasn't going to be here, and so he told me to step in.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay. Representative Petit.
I'm not sure if this is a question you can answer if we need to go to the Attorney General, but I had questioned whether or not a quorum could be established with only one member, and I think it was maybe Title 8 was referred to as there was language in it and I wasn't able to locate that, and I was wondering if the Attorney General, if she has that available, she could forward that specific language that one person can have a quorum alone, so they can, because somewhat similar to what she's asking, I would think you would want to have at least 3 members, a full board, so they could vote.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, so you're requesting that to be posted on the portal or just email or?
Yeah, if she could just email it to us,
Okay.
the language, because I think one of her assistants was here and stated to the council that one person established a board, and
Yeah, and I believe the way that it currently reads, it doesn't identify or define what a quorum is or isn't.
well, then
If-
that
if
makes
you
something this
read
council
title.
needs to resolve then, because.
Agreed. Yeah, it's a work in progress, but that's something that Representative Dethridge attempted to correct at one point a year and a half ago or so, and it's been continual. But to my understanding, the way that language reads, there is no definition of what a quorum is or isn't at this time.
Are you?
Okay.
Yes, I was just wondering, are y'all still doing the bands and the food trucks? And is there any plans to do anything with the old restaurant area?
Yes, actually, we are. We are trying to look at how to incorporate more amenities up at I-40. Definitely, we need to get food back in, and we are also working with the Able Commission. The license has been expired for, I would say, about 3 or 4 years. So we have to go through that whole process again of getting licensing. And with the food, it's they had food trucks during Seminole Nation days, but it was more on the regulatory side because IHS has to permit these guys, and they have to make sure they have food handlers license and everything. So that's kind of why we stopped that, because that wasn't happening. So we're definitely in the process of trying to get food and drinks back into the casino out for you.
Representative Shaw.
I spoke with Mr. Shepherd Thursday, and I brought it to his attention, but I've been harping on this for 2 years now, or better. How come there's no lighting out at I-40? I came back from Tulsa or Henrietta last weekend, and if I didn't know there was a casino there, I would have never noticed. I'd have went on by. And also, it's not just I-40. River Mist is the same way.
Yeah, we actually have we have a contractor coming looking at all of our lighting right now, especially signage also. It's just getting these vendors out, and the sign at I-40's been down for a long time. I finally got a hold of the Claude Neon, the company that did do the work on that. I got them to come back out. They're going to come back out, repaint it, and then fix the LED lighting on it. But we do have lighting issues out in the parking lot also that I'm working with the contractor on, because we did have a couple of semi-trucks run into them and knock them over. So it's kind of, we're working with our insurance, their insurance, trying to get them paid for it. So.
Well, for safety's sake, down at River Mist, I'd like for y'all to put a light out there, because you cross over that crossover.
That median?
There's nothing to keep somebody from running off in there. They can't even see it. And I live down there, and I have to strain to see and I know where I'm at it when I'm pulling out of there, but we need some kind of safety lighting there. Also, there's no signage at Wewoka that there's a gaming hall there. Casino.
Yeah, and we've always been, that's one of the things that I've been discussing with Mr. Shepherd and the chief's office, as far as what are we going to do with that property right there, because there's definitely, we need improvement over there at our Trading Post Casino. So, but we are working on lighting for at I-40. We did get some new signs put up. We just got to get them lit up now. But those are the same signs that we're trying to get at the properties also.
Okay, I'll yield.
Okay, Representative Lena.
Mr. Hubbard, how long have you been at this at the casino?
I've been here, I started in the 1st of November. I've been here 2 months actually.
So you're just now getting your feet wet on what's going on, and we all know that it takes time, and we want to condemn you on what you've done so far, and we just hope that you get further along our entity of what we're trying to achieve for our tribe, and we want to wish you the best of luck.
Oh, thank you. And that's one thing, I've been here before, and I came in 2011 and built a casino on that 40, then left in 2014. But I had seen an opportunity to come back and help my tribe. I want us to move forward. I want our gaming enterprise to be something that people can talk about all over the place. So that's kind of what I'm here for. It's something I'm going to work hard for.
They talk about your rich,
Well,
maybe it's going to get positive.
yeah, all right, thank you. I'm trying.
Okay. Nothing further. Request for OAP has been next. Thank you, Mr. Holbota.
No.
Representative Cootie, as far as the OAP committee, I'm not sure if we have anybody that's active. They're outside? Okay. OAP, you're being requested to report. Okay, we have the director here that can answer on behalf of the committee.
Okay, about a week ago, maybe a little bit longer, I came to the building here, and I asked the staff and Martha about how things were, and she showed me that the storage, it's leaking, and a couple of tiles have fallen down, and in her office, they're stained, so it's leaking. So, and then I talked to the staff, and they were telling me that they have problem with the water backing up, the sewer backing up, and they said when it backs up, the kitchen smells terrible, and it shouldn't be. But that's the way it is, and their stove is not working. Have y'all corrected all that? Has it been corrected, Martha?
No, not at this time, but I understand that they are looking into it.
But it's been ongoing for a while. So why is it taking so long? This is the eating program.
Yeah, some of those issues, they're intermittent. There'll be a short-term fix or a correction. One area with the plumbing is with the grease traps. There was one grease trap for the entire facility from the bingo days. Currently on order is individual grease traps that are to be installed underneath each sink or each drain. And so that would resolve a lot of that issue that we're having with any kind of grease or buildup that's prohibiting that flow. So that is being corrected. Some of the other areas, maintenances, the primary on those within the program to be able to resolve. As far as some of the issues with like the roof, working with the contractor to try to come up with a remedy on some of those areas to correct that. And then trickling in, there was a couple other areas with like the ice machine, that's on order. There's some other things that just supply-wise, it's short or slow to come in for us to get implemented, but all of her concerns are at some point of resolution at this time.
Well, with the stove, sometimes being down, they're having to fix sandwiches, I guess. Is that what y'all do? Fix sandwiches, and one of the elders was saying that if I'm just going to have sandwiches, I might as well eat at home. Try to find something to eat. But I wish that y'all would take care of it because the elders come and they eat. And also, I wanted to ask, how many attendants are you getting? Average.
We're averaging about 35 to 40, and then we do, for deliveries, home deliveries, we're up to 30 at this time.
At this time. Well, one of the things that I'm here talking with the elders, they're saying that there was never any research done to see if they wanted to move out here, because they got used to being in Wewoka. And a lot of them it was close by, they could go there and everything. So a lot of things, these are being put in place. Nobody goes out and talk with the people that participate in these programs. They just put it out there. And so they're not being questioned, and we are working for the people. And I will say again, the people is who we're supposed to work for and improve things so that they can enjoy and everything. But it seems like nobody questions anybody about, would you like to move here, or would it be better for you, or whatever. And I think that those things need to be done, because you are working for the people. What you like may be different from somebody else. So instead of making your own decision and thinking this is going to be for the people, it's for the people, all right, but it may not be what they want. You should ask the people first, so for the services and everything. So I just wanted to bring that out, and hopefully y'all be able to fix the stove, everything that needs to be fixed right away. And I will ask again at the next meeting, council meeting. Thank you, Marshall.
Okay, and currently we've worked with transit to set up a route to where if there are any individuals that were driving to the Wewoka site, that they can still drive there, and then transit can bring them in. And then again, just previously, the transit does a OAP route for those that are like in Conoway, Sassacua area, and that's always been a practice. So there are provisions in place to allow those that don't want to. And again, it's not like it was my personal decision. It was a decision that the council made that our people had the opportunity to approve. So, but I thank you for your comments, and we are trying to resolve. The gas issue isn't necessarily the stove. It's the gas supply issue within the lines, and there is a work order in place to install a new gas line. And that new gas line is going to have to run from Highway 59 in, or we're going to have to come off of one that comes off of this. And it's, again, we're working with ONG on those resolutions to fix that. We also have an issue with the gas supply on the east side of the road that affects pretty much everything down to the gym. So it's not OAP per se, it's the entire campus and the deferred maintenance of the infrastructure here at the entire McSookie campus.
Well, one thing, I just used the bathroom here and it's not working. It's not flushing. So we have water issue here. And our band said no for the infrastructure only because no research was done. And we knew that we needed water out here, but we seem to be putting buildings up and we have water issue.
And I would like to correct you, there was 2 feasibility studies that cost the nation about $300,000 identifying the shortfalls and what was necessary to correct the water issues that were here. It wouldn't have been a steward of the money to spend another $300,000 when the only difference to this campus was the diabetes and the veterans, which the Veterans Center is like a standalone facility. It's not on our wastewater system currently, but our council has a measure in place to resolve that as well. So, okay, I see.
Thank you. I'm finished.
Okay, Representative Hill. Yeah, and then Representative Petit.
Well, good morning, Martha, and with no offense to you, Mr. Chairman, I would rather have all my questions to be answered by the director. The reason why is because when they asked for OAP committee did not show up. I don't know if you have any or not. However, you as a director came up to answer for the committee. The reason why I would like to ask you now is because you're already on the new business as a director for OAP. This way you don't have to come back twice, okay?
All right.
All right, Martha, I've known you for many years as a director of OAP since I've been on the council for 15 years, okay? You have done very well in the position that you have held. My question to you is this. like I said, I would rather have you answer because you're there working, and I don't know about Mr. Chairman or the assistant, you see there every day with you working or whatever, but I prefer you to answer my questions. Number one, I believe somewhere around September, you moved from Wewoka OAP to the mission grounds, to the new OAP as they call it, okay? Which is really the Senior Citizen Center, all right? But as a director, I would like for you to give me your daily operation pertaining to the difference, what transpired the time that you left there to here. Is it better here or is it better down there? I would like for you to tell me the reasons, because the reason why I'm bringing this up, because as of July of this year, which was about almost 6 months ago, I started that program called Seminole Basic Language, okay? When we first went there and utilized your place, your department, okay, the floor where the people come and eat, there were very few tables and very few chairs, all right? When I kicked it off in July 25th up here. But last Tuesday when we had our meeting, which we have twice a month, okay, the tables, there's so many tables, so many chairs, so that only tells me that you're having like 100 people showing up and all that, like every day. And I would like for you to explain why, or is there a big difference? I mean, what is going on? What is transpiring? Y'all brought up a thing called ice machine. You used to have a big ice machine down there. I believe it's still down there, still operative, working and all that. However, like you said here, there's none here, and that's what I heard through the grapevines, okay? But would you mind clarifying things that are happening, the good and the bad, please, to the council and to the people? Because like Ms. Lottie said, only one person cannot want this and have it done. This is for the people. We represent the people. We feed the people, okay, the elders, etc. We are here for the people, not only a person, certain friend or person that we might like. We are here for the people. We answer for the people, and we want them to have what's coming to them, okay? So, Futskin, I told her that when you speak, please tell us the truth, okay? Those that don't understand our language. So, you may talk now.
Okay. Well, I want to say that when we moved over, there were a lot of issues with the building. As you pointed out, there are the leaking in the roof, and then the grease trap. We've had Billy Porter come over, and we didn't have him. He came basically because of the issue that was. My understanding is that sewer gas is H2S, which means that it is as dangerous as a gas leak. And so that was my concern, because when it was smelling, they put duct tape over it, but still it started smelling. And then whenever that happened, then it started coming up. There's two drains between the kitchen sink and in front of the kitchen stove. And those two were coming back up with black sludge. And of course, you know, it's sewer. And as Billy Porter has come over, and he had in summer, I think that Billy is a consultant with the Environmental Protection for the tribe. So he went through and got a plumber to bring a camera and go through that line. And he said that the line is messed up based on, you know, what needs to take place. But first and foremost, he said that the trap itself needed not to be inside of the building. It needed to be outside. And so he was going to recommend that be done, to have it moved from the inside and out, moved out. And he did say, well, that's going to take up, you know, mess up the floor. But it's in the area where it's not really noticeable, you know, and I think that it's not, I mean, and I know that it's going to be a chore, but I know that we've already heard from an environmental specialist that says that it's not supposed to be in the kitchen. And I am concerned with the cooks being in there based on us having to deal with the smell. And the other thing is that with the gas situation, we have convention ovens that are awesome, but we can't use them because of the gas situation, and like Assistant Chief said, if they get that taken care of and we have access to proper pressured up lines for the gas, we will be able to use those convention ovens. But at this point, we're not able to. They told two representatives from those companies can come and check them out and said, well, it's not really the stove, I mean, it's not really the ovens, it's the gas. So then they came, and someone had, and that's the other thing, you know, I haven't really had any, I've been kind of the last person to know what's going on over there, and when people come in and say, we're here to do this, and I'll say, oh, okay, because, you know, I'm not sure, and so whenever I address an issue, I address Chief Johnson and Assistant Chief Palmer and Chris Burgess and Russell Wynn. So I address all of them to find out, you know, if I could be on board with what's going to happen, because a lot of times that things start going on into the building that, then my coworkers would say, well, they're here to do this, what are we supposed to do? You know, and so it would be helpful to just know. And, you know, I'm not trying to say that, to say that, you know, I have to approve or disapprove. That's not my concern at all. But I'm just saying that I just want to be able to know what is going on in case you call me and ask me. So, you know, the other thing is that, you know, I want to be able to serve the people hot meals, but when we're not able to, we're just not able to. And so, but when we moved over, we lost the count. We're getting probably less than half of what we got in Wewoka. We were doing 120 a day, plus our 28 at that time homebound people, which would mean it would be like 148, 150 people that we were serving a day. Over here, we're barely getting maybe 68 to 80, 86 at the most. So, you know, we're not doing as well as we did in Wewoka, but there are areas where at Wewoka, we've got the traffic from the clinic for those individuals or elders that are either going to the appointment at the clinic or coming back from their appointment at the clinic, so that we get that traffic too. But over here, we don't get that. I guess we don't get a whole lot of from the goes to the food nutrition, which is, the commodities. We don't, because they do deliveries too, so we don't get a lot of that traffic either. But I know that when I do reports to the funding agency, that is going to affect us, because we get an incentive amount of funding to help supplement our purchasing of food, which means that, you know, the higher our numbers are, the more money they will give us. And so at this point, I can see that going down, because probably you can see in your reports that we've gone down quite a bit for the months that we've been out here, basically because of the water, basically because of the gas, and, you know, and all of this I'm thinking is going to be, like Assistant Chief said, be resolved. But at this point, you know, there just needs to be, you all need to understand that that's why when you see numbers going to be lower, then you're going to come to me and say, what's going on here? So, that's why it's important that you do know that moving did change a lot. We are dealing with a lot, because basically the restrooms do stop up. And it's a little bit easier now because of the traffic not being so large, but when they have activities in there, you can assure that I'll be calling Chuck to come over and take care of the restrooms. So, but those are things that, you know, if they can be taken care of, will be great. But at this point, it's just a struggle, because one thing after another And, you know, we don't have an ice machine. We had an ice machine in Wewoka that was adequate for our service, and I said we served more people than we're just serving now. So it would have been adequate. But I understand we're getting a new one, and then we have a dishwasher, but it's a small, small dishwasher. It can't, it's not big enough to wash our big pots. So we have to sanitize that the old-fashioned way based on, and there ain't nothing wrong with that, I'm sure, but when we were buying equipment to fit in there, it should have been adequate for our purpose. And so, you know, I think that, you know, that was probably overlooked, or I don't know what the issue was, but I didn't have any input in any of that. So, you know, I can't stand to say why it was the way it is, but I'm just saying that we have had to deal with a lot of issues, and hopefully we'll get them straightened up. And the other thing is that really concerns me is that, you know, you mentioned that you're having language classes in there. I want to say that our budgets are limited to what we can support with our funding, doing the services for our respite program, which is caregivers program, and the funding for the food supplies, and we provide extra food supplies through the funding from the ARPA funds to our homebound people, and we also provide them essentials. And so whenever we give those things, you know, that's coming from our ARPA budget and everything like that. But what I'm saying is that what's going to kill us is, and start taking away from other things, which is, you know, our essentials that we got right now, is our utilities. We're supporting, you know, all of the activities that come in, and, you know, there's heat. There was air before, air conditioning, and now there's heat that's required, gas, electricity. Those are going to be, I would like for you all to consider that to be an issue, because, you know, if the program itself, the Old American program, is going to exhume all of the expenses of the utilities, that's going to take a bulk of our budget. And so, you know, I wanted to say that, you know, if there's going to be plans to have activities in there, maybe the tribe needs to pay the utilities, or, you know, a portion of it or something, because that is going to affect, because in Wewoka we were paying minimum amount. Maybe I guess the most that we paid was like 500. Over here we're paying 1,000. So, and I think that's based on a 2 month, and it may go down considerably. I don't know if that was because it was maybe the beginning of opening an account or whatever it is, but I'm just saying that our utilities that we have in our budget is not gonna, it won't go very far based on the expenses that we're starting to get.
Okay, well, I'm very glad that you came up here this morning to tell us all the things that have happened, okay? My last question before I sit down is this, okay? Okay, we have moved y'all from there to here, okay? And also, a lot of people have asked me, where's it located at pertaining to Senior Citizen Center, okay? And I said, why? They said, because we don't know what building it is. If I can recall, I passed a resolution many years ago pertaining to that it would be changed to be named Senior Citizen Center, which was approved, etc., and it's on your old place down there, okay? How come that sign has not moved up from there to here since September? What's the holdup? What's going on?
I understood that they said it wasn't going, so.
It wasn't going?
It wasn't going to be moved, so.
And anybody using it down there, but maybe the ghost. And not only that, there's nothing wrong with that sign. We've got procurement that has maidens that can move that up here, okay? So I don't know who would be saying that or why they don't want the sign to be up here, but see, it's for the people. That's what it was designed to. But if a person doesn't want it up here, why? I don't know. I mean, that's an advertisement to show our people where it's located at, okay? And if they're objecting to that, if it's the executive or anybody else, you got a little bitty old sign there before you go inside that place, okay? An emblem.
a logo, whatever you want to call it. It's got Senior Citizen Center, it's got the chief's name, and it's got the assistant chief's name. That's not a location, okay? So if our sign cannot be up there for the people, then that emblem needs to come off too. Mado.
Okay, I'm going to call these in the order which I've seen. I see Representative Harjo, Representative Pittman, Representative Cootie, and somebody on this side, Representative Fixico. And we are, of course, beyond the 15, but I seen those hands prior, so we'll get to you, and then we'll break for the lunch hour and reconvene a time that the council chooses. So, Representative Harjo.
I just want to ask you, it's right here. I just want to ask you, what are the qualifications for homebound deliveries? We have a lot of seniors over where I'm at that they might not be immobile, but they're seniors and they don't leave their houses too often, but there's at least quite a bit, huh? Quite a bit of seniors that could get the meals delivered.
I understand. That qualification or the eligibility comes from the funding agency, and it actually says that they need to be almost incapacitated. They have to have something that keeps them, that cannot make the trip from their residence to the center without harming or being in pain for themselves. So, and then there was, during the time that, I mean, because I inherited some that are on, right now, on homebound, that's not really qualified, but they were put on by the prior director. And, but we've been trying to update and get them where we are in compliance with our funding agency. So we have had to take people off and let them know why. And so whenever they can get a doctor's statement that says that they are just almost incapacitated, that's when they're eligible. And we have gotten some that's temporary eligible to, if they've had surgery or something like that, if they don't, when you think about surgery, you realize how much that would affect them in the travel from their home to the center. Those would be qualified participants.
I mean,
so,
yeah, like the ones that's not able to move at all, I mean, that's the ones that get approved, or?
Well, they have to be, if they have a hard time or they are on wheelchairs that, they can't get, or they're just not able to get from their homes to the center. And sometimes they, and one of the things is that everybody, a lot of people misunderstands is it's not anything about transportation. It doesn't mean that just because they don't have a vehicle that we need to provide that service to them. It is the funding agency's requirement that they have to be almost incapacitated.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Thank you. Your report has been very helpful. And you almost answered my question. I want specific numbers as to the revenue decrease, if you could make that available to us. And then if you would also, I heard some recommendations, some requests that you have, if you could make those available as well to the general counsel. And the reason why I'm asking is because if revenue has to be increased, then it may very well come through the finance committee. So if you would please make those concerns available and then tell us where you're losing money. Because if the less people you serve, the less funding that you receive. So if there's ways for us to increase it, and if your recommendation is to provide transportation to Wewoka to bring those senior citizens up here so they can continue to be served because the number is greater there, then we need to know that.
Well, in regards to that, the individuals themselves said they don't want to do that because it's, the ride is too much and too long. And they don't want to come just to eat and then have to ride an hour. So that was one of the things that we heard. And as far as the numbers and what you would call, I consider a recommendation, is in my report. It says that we've gone down and the numbers that I showed from September to October, July, August, September, and October. Those are, the numbers are in there, and those are what we got from our accounts that we have. We have worked with transit to get those individuals that normally would have rode in when situations happens on their behalf and on our behalf as well, that we prepare a to-go meal and we have them to come pick them up and they deliver them to them. But when that happens too, we get like a double amount of people that want it delivered, but they don't actually ride in. But that's just, that's just all it's gonna be that way.
Do we have any, or is there any conversation about when we have contracts or transportation, can we not deliver meals for a week like we do when we have people on the Advantage program for Medicaid and Medicare? If we can do that to where we box up microwavable lunches or whatever, they get meals that are dropped off to them for a whole week, and then that cuts down on the back and forth. But if you would consider something like that, then we'd like to discuss it.
I'm sorry. That would be awesome, because, and that would actually be up to transit and how the administration wants to handle that, because, like I said, we've done it based on our, and two, we've even started allowing people, because we've asked, people have been asking about, can we pay for some meals? We even are allowing that so that it can pick our numbers up, because we are actually increasing somewhat, but we're not where we should be, and we've already lost 3 months. That's a whole quarter that we lost numbers in. So yeah, it needs to be considered something. But again, that might be something that Assistant Chief wants to put out to the individuals, what they want, those that don't qualify for our homebound, that transit could obligate one vehicle to do that for them.
Madam.
Okay, we're going to try to keep this to 2 minutes apiece because we are beyond our time, but let's get Representative Cootie, Fixico, and then Sampson, and then what the council desires for the lunch hour.
I heard you say, the budget, you being supplemented by the ARPA money, and here again, because of this government money, free money, if you want to say, we're splitting it like, it's going to be around forever, and it's going to end. When it does, these programs that's been supplemented, what are we going to do with that? They have to drop back to where they were? We have to think about that. We're passing monies into different programs, and I keep thinking about that because we don't have anything to fall back on. Like I said, we don't have revenue generating enterprises. So we have programs that's supposed to take care of those kind of things so that we are safe, so that we don't fall. But if we don't, that's what we're going to be, and this money's going to run out.
I do have a grant that was approved through to the nation or through the council back in September or October, but and it's coming up on the agenda, and it is from the Department of Health and Human Services, and it is a temporary grant, but I'm also in the process of trying to get into a grant with Pathway to assist to carry that out. At least its opportunity is for 3 years, so hopefully we'd be able to the people that we have on those contracts right now, we would like to keep on based on if we can apply and get that grant. We're working on it right now, the controller and myself. So, but I do have that coming up, and it's to turn a contracted position into a part-time position just to carry out the duties that she's been limited from doing based on she's contracted, not an employee.
But I'm just saying that the ARPA money that's helping you is going to stop. When it does, you have to have something in place in order to pick you up.
Yes, and that's what I'm working on.
But, you know, we've passed a lot of money to different programs, so when that runs out, we better have a plan in place to be able to pick up and continue that kind of service. What else?
Okay. Representative Fixico?
What I'm going to refer to is the contractor that did this facility. All the things go back to the contractor because things wasn't properly repaired or repaired at the point. Because she's getting, and she's telling us about those problems there. But it's not under her. I think the contractor itself is responsible for everything there. And I know things can get better, but if they failed certain areas, they need to come back and do it right. If they did it the right time, the first time, they wouldn't be coming back the second time. But things in this manner should have been taken care of then. But the problems are there that need to be fixed. That contractor didn't fulfill his commitment. So we need to maybe go back and try to fix that for her, due to the fact she can't fix it, and it's not our place to do it. We had a contractor that came in to do it. Let's put it back on them.
Representative, when the contractor came in and we were telling him about that, he said that he's responsible for, because that was what he was told, from the floor up and from the ceiling past the, meaning the roof and underneath the foundation, he was told not to touch. He said everything that I've done was in the contract. And he said, and I made recommendation that they address those issues, but they said, nope, just do what we tell you to do. So it's not really going to fall back on him. There are some things that need to be taken care of, but he said that he's only responsible from the floor up to the ceiling.
And, you know, it's like, we paid him a lot of money to do that. And we know the bingo was there before, history-wise. But still yet, those faults are still there. We need to find somebody to fix it for her and resolve this issue. And that's what I like to say about this discussion on the building.
Okay. And again, everything that's been conveyed from the OAP program to the executive, it's been delegated to either procurement to assist with finding the resolution or with maintenance. So each area that was described today is at some level of being resolved. So thank you. And Representative Sampson, and then ask the council what they desire for the lunch hour.
Hello, good morning. What I want to know is the other building that you come out of, what are y'all using that for at this time?
At this time, it's other than for public use or rental through property, currently there is no plans that have been brought forth or presented how to revision that space.
Well, now with her saying that we have people in that area that's wanting to be there but don't want to drive it a long distance, how come we can't have two places?
Yeah, that's something that could be considered. You know, even at the old housing or some other areas, it's something that could be considered.
Yeah, and you know, and you have the two places utilized that'll give more people opportunity to work, more people to be able to come there and not come way out here to help the community, our community, and I believe it'll grow. Also, could we do something in those areas where the youth can come in with the elders? Story time, talk time, something to help build and keep us alive from one generation to the next. This is only a suggestion.
And we're at about 30 minutes on this, but I would like to make one quick comment. That is something that I would like to try to braid in with our Head Start. There are other tribes and other programs that braid in time with our youth and elders, and that is something that I felt like we could possibly develop at some point to where that can be coordinated.
I would like to
Okay.
see that happen.
Real quick, Representative Cootie.
Just a statement. I just want the council members here to think about it and maybe talk to your members. I would like to request that building that we want for senior center activity place. And I think that I have started having bingos with the elders, and they have fun, and we have potluck. Different standards at company, and that's been good for us. So
I would like to add one more thing before I am asked to leave here. The other thing that when we have over there where we have other activities where the public is there, our kitchen really needs to be secured because there's nothing to keep, there's nothing closed, there's no closure for the kitchen.
And for that, again, it's a supply issue. There is a custom door that was ordered back in probably July or August that we are still awaiting to fill that space. Yeah, and I believe that's been conveyed before.
We could start losing food when that's more people having activities in there.
Okay, so thank you for that report for OAP.
All right, thank you.
Representative Yeslis?
Yes, I would just like to see if we could get a head count for directors needing to return. We do have a long agenda, so I just wanted to see if we needed anybody.
So I had requested that the directors attend after the lunch hour at 1 p.m. So those that are here on their own accord. So the directors are under new business, which we'll take up right after the lunch hour. Does council want to reconvene at 1:30?
Chair, just in between times before we come back, a lot of people said they can't hear out in the audience, and it's cold out there, so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Can we get at least where the speakers work or something? Maybe they don't need them, they're all gonna fit in here, but out there, they weren't able to hear anything that was going on in
Okay,
there.
I'll see if IT can address
Thank you.
the volume. Okay, so we will reconvene at 1:30. 1:30.
Landlocked back here.
It's not in the code. It's not in the code.
There you go.
I told him. I don't want to sit back here, especially when he's 7 feet tall. I can't see you at all. You're making hand signals, I didn't see it. There's no meeting. There's nothing about meetings and there's no quorum.
But there is in the new legislation.
There sure is, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, stay down there.
We don't set the agenda.
Us.
Jody does.
Don't say that because 5, 6 of them didn't get put up.
I got the calls too. Well, and I was like, I did the resolutions. Jody
Test 1, 2, 3.
That took me a long time to do.
It's coming out, no, it's coming out, this agenda was too long, so it's going to.
So when's he calling
Test.
special?
Test 1, 2.
Oh, we don't know the date
He
yet?
said it's going to go in March, but it's coming back out.
Can you,
He didn't have time to actually look over.
Nobody did.
So, yeah, that's when he was like, no, because I can't go
Test.
by action.
Test 1, 2.
Well, then he said
Test
something to me
1,
on the
2,
phone one
3.
day about like calling a town hall type deal to go over that. But
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did they didn't call you for the bathroom, did they? Oh, they did. Are you on call?
Test 1, 2.
No worries.
But nobody wants me to know what the score is in the game later.
I know, look at it. They're saying these two are slow to flush, but I don't know what we can do. There's a.
Test 1, 2, test.
Well, both of
I
them,
just now went and flushed it.
and it was fine.
Did you try to reflush it though, or no?
Who knows? It probably just,
Well, we were wondering why that sign was on that door. I figured.
well, they said it was filling up, so I just put a
Testing?
sign on there. But those other two restrooms are working fine.
Testing?
We got 4 bathrooms.
1, 2, 3. Got it?
We got 4 bathrooms.
Really? I thought we only had that one.
No, we got these 2. There's one up behind that wall. There's one over there, and then out in the foyer, there's 2 more.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we got 4.
Hey, I was holding it for 2 hours.
We got 4 restrooms.
Let me go back there, see if I can hear you. Or you guys-
Test 1, 2, test, test, test 1, 2.
Can you hear it good?
Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, test, 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 test. Test, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, test, test, test.
Are you there? All right, I'll turn it on test right now, all right?
Testing 1, 2, test, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Okay, thank you.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing. Testing 1, 2.
Turn off.
Oh, it's not on. Fred. Testing. Testing 1, 2. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. What's that? You want to do it? Give it a shot.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Good job.
Testing, testing.
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear it? Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2. What's that? I can hear it. Fine in here. Yeah.
Let me see if I can turn it.
What should be like?
All right, see if that makes a difference.
Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. You behave. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 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 Testing.
It's better.
Better? Not great.
Well, it's better, but I just don't want to turn it all the way up and then in here be blaring.
Yeah.
But you can hear it great out there.
Oh, it's great in here too, but.
Oh, this is nice, these are wireless, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me see if I can. So that's all the way up. We'll see if it.
Oh crap. Testing. 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 Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nothing?
All the way up.
If that's as good as it's gonna get?
Yeah, that's all the way up. I guess I'll just leave it all the way up until it starts making a problem. I wonder why it's louder in here or more clear in here than it is down there. If they're on the same. I don't know. I guess go get something to eat while you can.
Go get me a drink.
It's really weird because in the house here, where everyone's at, or the council members, it's not perfect. But out in the foyer, it's like lower. You can barely hear it. But when I turn it all the way up on the, what's that called? When I turn it completely maxed out on the Roland, you can hear it a lot better in the foyer. And it's not so bad here in the conference room. Yeah. Mhm. Really? Okay. And, yeah, one of those right now. Do you want me to stop the streaming or just stop recording? Cool, yeah, I'd rather do that. But that's the only problem that anyone's saying is that they can't hear me. Get on that. I'll get anything for you. So, we'll look at this with the TV volume. And we should be good. No, what's it called left? I told her to go ahead and leave to get lunch at least. Okay. All right. We should be good after that. All right. See you later.
That's right, that's right. And I think you, in this instance, you know, make the report, and I say, not report, you know, we do business. I'm going in that direction.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 1 2 3. When you turned it up.
All right, if we could get council to take their seats, it is 1:30. General counsel, please take your seats so we can call this meeting back to order and get things moving. Okay, it's just past 1:30. Council, if you can, take your seats. We're going to have the secretary call roll and jump into new business on this December 2nd quarterly council meeting. Secretary, go ahead and call roll.
Leetta Sampson, Anthony Conley, John Narkemy. Here. Rena Tiger. Here. Anastasia Pittman. Ida Gonzalez. Nancy Fixico. Here. Leon Petit.
Here.
Joseph Billy.
Here.
Dolores Harjo.
Here.
Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba. Stephanie Lambert. Here. Sina Yeslip. Here. Lottie Cootie. Here. Marilyn Moore. Here. Henson Lena. Here. David Frank.
Here.
Wayne Shaw.
Here.
Tiffany Thunder.
Here.
Catherine McCoy.
Here.
Charlie Hill.
Here.
Tommy Chepko.
Here.
Danita Harjo.
Here.
Willis Dethridge.
Present.
Desiree Emerton. I have 19 present, 8 absent.
Okay, with a count of 19 present, 8 absent, we do have a quorum. Representative Narkemy.
It's not quite other business, but my co-counsel here has wanted to make an announcement that her car was back-ended into out here in the parking lot, and she's asking if anybody saw anything, please let her know.
I did follow a report with Light Horse Police, and it was just right out here in front. So if anybody's seen anything, I would appreciate it if you would contact Light Horse Police, because right now it's considered a hit and run.
Okay.
Do what? Yeah, and it has been during the time that we were in here from 10 till when we released, because as soon as I went out there, I noticed that it was hit. So.
Okay, just for clarification, just in case anyone could not understand, Representative Tiger's vehicle was rear-ended in the parking lot during the morning session, and as of right now, it is considered a hit and run unless somebody does the right thing and comes forward and takes care of this through insurance. And
Chair, are there security cameras?
I don't believe there's any out on this side, no. So, but somebody knows they're at fault. I'm sure, hopefully they will do the right thing with that. Okay, moving along. New business. It's report of directors. Does the council wish to hear from any directors? Representative Petit.
Environmental health.
Okay, environmental health. Do we have a representative from environmental health with us today? Environmental health. They had adjusted the TVs, so they should be, but Okay, no? Okay, they haven't made it back from lunch, so should they return, we'll. Okay, I seen Representative Franks, and then Thunder, and then Gonzalez.
Could we have HR?
Human Resources? Okay. HR, you're being requested for a report. I know they were here this morning. Okay. It's a long walk. And again, just be advised with HR, specific questions cannot be asked or discussed in a public forum, so just be mindful.
The monitors have gone out.
Okay, thank you.
Stumbo, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Stumbo, can y'all hear me?
Is it turned on?
Yes.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Who had questions? May I help someone?
Yes, the council on several occasions asked that, requested a number of tribal members, other tribes, and non-native hires. Do you have that on hand?
I do, and I actually uploaded it, or I sent it to the general counsel secretary and asked her to put it on the portal, but I do have it. As of, this is the previous quarter, as of 9/30/2023, we had 149 Seminole Nation tribal members, 54 other tribal members, 47 Caucasian employees, 5 Hispanic employees, and 13 non-Hispanic employees. So overall, we have 56% Seminole Nation tribal members as employees.
And if I heard that correctly, over 76% are native?
Yes.
Okay.
76% are native.
Okay, Representative Dethridge?
That 56, you're not counting Seminole Nation Enterprises, Sendoc, or anybody else, or who are you counting?
We're counting Seminole Nation government employees. Seminole Nation government employees.
Yeah, so that would exclude Sindoc Gaming or the other entities.
So your phones are always open to questions and other applicants that seem to always have a hard time getting a hold of you guys. And
I don't believe that. There's always 3 people in our office. There are times when staff will go to lunch and I will stay during the lunch hour to answer the phone. The other day, somebody was supposed to come by. I didn't go to lunch until 12:30, waiting on someone, and they never showed up. My cell phone is available to the entire public because it's a work cell phone. It's 405-584-8709. To say that we're not available, I believe is incorrect.
I have another question. Are you, you and the daycare, do y'all work together to employ?
Who?
The daycare over here with Robin Horton?
Yes, that's the Head Start department, yes.
You guys work together?
Yes.
Okay, so y'all actually hire the best qualified people, right?
Of course.
Okay. Well, I heard differently, and I was just wondering, how did this one get by y'all? Because y'all hired a young lady that put her application in from, I believe she's from Cornwall. Then there was another young lady put her application in also, but she got hired. This lady had previous experience or whatever, and this one didn't. And she's working over here now. I believe she's related to the director, maybe?
And again, I'm going to advise that there are certain provisions within our code and ethics code in Title 11 which HR-related and employee-related questions cannot be discussed in a public forum, as it is a violation of our code of laws.
Okay. Okay, well, Well, I just want them to know that, you know, it's, there's a lot that, needs to come out and open. You know, according to this, my reports from, about this Robin Horton, the daycare director.
She's the Head Start director, and she
Yeah, Head
is
Start.
here.
Yeah.
But to point out one particular director in a public forum such as this, I believe is unfair. We're kind of crossing the line into confidential personnel
Yeah,
information.
that's what they said you'd say, yeah, but that's fine.
But yeah, well, I'm only speaking the truth. I mean, I'm going by Title 11. I cannot, and I signed a confidentiality agreement, so I can't
Okay.
express that information.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I knew it was come over that problem also.
Well, this has continued. I have heard this before, and it's frustrating. The person who was hired does not work directly under that Head Start director. There's, I think, 1 or 2 other supervisors above that particular person. But I think it's unfair that we're constantly picking on one person when we have, like I said, over 200 employees.
I remember in the last administration, our tribal members put it in front of this council that things were going on, and the council kind of overlooked it, and he was right the whole time. You know, sometimes we got to listen to our members because they're telling us what's going on, and we got to listen to them and address it at, you know, the proper time and all that. But we really do need to listen to our members because they're seeing things that we don't see. And they know things that we don't know, and we need to listen to them, regardless if it's my band or not. I'm representing our Seminole Nation.
And I agree with that, and all employees know they can come to HR, they can come to me specifically at any time. 3 years ago, I went on our radio station and I said that during one of the programs. It's not that I'm unapproachable. Sometimes their hours are different than mine, but for an employee, especially a tribal employee, to run to a council member, I believe is not following the chain of command. And that's a slippery slope because that person is not following the chain of command. They're going outside of their confidentiality agreement. And then what? Then something occurs. Corrective action may occur. And then what? And then you're asking me the same questions. So we kind of need to be careful about that. But all employees are more than welcome to come to me or any of our other HR staff at any time.
Okay, do you have a count on how many couples you have working, married couples from different tribes and all that?
No.
We do have some working like that though, right?
I have no idea.
Sure
I don't ask people who their spouses are.
Yeah.
It only matters because one cannot supervise another.
And I know you're not Seminole, so the way you hire for our tribe, you think you could hire like that for your tribe?
Yes.
I don't think so. I know Comanches.
Excuse me?
And again, I'm gonna ask that this is, as you said, there are certain proper times when things can be asked and not asked, and in a public forum, there are certain provisions that we must follow. And I will say this with Head Start in particular, we have the best relationship that we've had in years with the federal agency, and everything within the benchmarks that we're required to meet, with the exception of some enrollment, which is down across the board nationally. We're doing really well with our Head Start program and with the benchmarks that we're required to meet. But I am going to say that some of these questions are out of order and they are in violation of our codes. We do have an ERC, we have a personnel board, and then we have our HR policies.
So are always available? The
Of course.
personnel board also?
Of course.
Okay.
And
I'll tell them to reach out to them.
that would be the best course of action. So, okay.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions for HR? Okay, Representative Lambert.
Okay. We have policies on hiring, we have rules. Do you have a scoring policy or something like, or do you have a way to evaluate them when they're hired?
We do. And Seminoles, if a Seminole tribal member is interviewed, they're at the top scoring level, just on tribal membership alone.
And once again, you have a specific amount of time that you leave those posted and open, and that's displayed and...
Yes, it's all in policy, and I follow policy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative McCoy, and then we'll come to Representative Shaw.
Hi, Angie. I'm just going off of a comment that you made to Representative Lena on them going up the chain of command. I don't know what the chain of command is, and are they allowed, because 149 of them are Seminole Nation members? I mean, are they allowed to go to their band representative if they're in that particular band, or after they've gone to the chain of command, or, because they're welcome at our band meetings,
Yes,
obviously.
they're more than welcome to, but to jump straight to the general counsel and to me, for it to come to me in that manner, I don't think is fair.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Shaw.
Two questions. Do we have a whistleblowers act in our nation?
Yes, we do.
Well, before they said we didn't.
It's under Title 11. This general council body passed it, probably 10 years ago, maybe 8, something like that.
I have not seen that, but I'm just not saying I know, but the thing is,
The last time that code was amended would have been, I believe, 2015 or 2017.
July 15, 2015 is the current copy of Title 11 that I have.
2015, maybe 81, 82? I may be mistaken, but it's somewhere
I know we
around.
talked about it a lot of times, but it was never voted on.
It was amended, and it is there as a Whistleblowers Act.
And then the other thing is, we need to do away with, this is directed to the general counsel, at will. That takes it out of the chief's hands to go up and just fire somebody because they didn't do something right. We still need a chain, you're talking about chain of command? That chain of command should be in place for the employee too.
It is.
No, it's not, because I'm an at-will, you know it.
But that wasn't my decision.
I was terminated in no cause, at will.
We're crossing into personnel issues, and I would rather discuss that.
Okay, the thing is though, I'm just saying, you're saying that there's not. I was not afforded all of these steps.
Because you were a director.
Yeah, again, these questions are I'm going to call these questions out of order.
No.
Because they are.
A director is not an employee of the nation?
Yes, you are. But
And again, I'm gonna call that this line of questions is out of order. In 2015, at-will was considered and was approved again by this general counsel body under Title 11 in the ERC. That is on the portal. It's available through the council secretary. If that's something that the council chooses to revisit, then I recommend it be revisited through the personnel board and then considered under legislation.
Well, that's what I'm saying, we need to go back over that, and I think we need to revisit that because it's being used more and more.
Okay, we've got about 3 minutes before we need to move on. Representative Fulbright.
Yes, I sit on the personnel board. When I first got on, that was first addressed, the at-will, and the board voted that they wanted to keep it in place. And that was their, as personnel board, that was their duty. That's what they could do. And that's what happened. That's where it stands.
Okay, Representative Fixico.
I'd like to express the point that we don't address employee statuses because it's not our business. Because that is personality that is broken, when we bring it to the floor. If you have an issue, like she said, go to HR. And if you saw it, it's happened. If you didn't, you heard somebody, she said, it's another story for me. I don't hear it because I didn't see it. I like to see the truth behind things myself. But there are people out there that will come to and say things, but I didn't see it. If I heard it and I saw it, I would bring it to. But, you really don't have to. You got somebody in charge here to take care of it. And I believe in her. We need to go that route. Thank you.
Representative Cootie.
I think that one time I read with the at-will, it was because we have, like companies that come in and work for the tribe, and you can't get them out or whatever, and at will is used for that purpose. And that's what I understood. I could be wrong.
Okay. Okay, we are at that 15-minute mark, and we do have several directors' programs here as well. Thank you, Ms. Odovich.
You're welcome.
Representative Cootie.
The honor guard,
Honor Guard. Okay, that's more of a committee, but they're here. I know it. Okay, Ms. Cootie.
okay. I went to another band that had a meeting, and at that band, the honor guard was talking about, y'all have a trip that y'all can go to in Florida for a contest or something? Am I understanding that? What was that about? Would you like to kind of enlighten the other council reps, please?
Yes, we tried to go to Florida in February, and they have a first time ever an honor guard competition. And I don't want to sound big headed or nothing, but we think we're the best in Oklahoma. And we would like to go down there and give it a shot and represent the tribe. And so that's where we stand on that.
I know that y'all didn't have enough monies and y'all were going to try and raise fund, and I guess that's what it was about for this Saturday, for today.
Yes.
And so I'm thinking, you know, we're sometimes forget about our veteran people and everything. We don't do much, but I was thinking with our honor guards, I think that this tribe should fund their trip, take care of them so they can go to Florida and participate in the contest. And I think that we should appropriate some kind of dollars. I don't know how much dollars y'all were looking at. Do you remember, Rick?
No, but anything's appreciated. Every little bit helps.
I think that maybe we need to allocate maybe 5,000. Would that help? Yeah. So I think that we should appropriate 5,000 out of opera or whatever we can, or find money somewhere and finance these veterans to go to Florida for that contest. They'll be representing us, and we're always talking about people that represents us. We want them to show a good contest or whatever that might be. And I just want y'all to know about it. And I think that at this point, maybe I can make a resolution to pass $5,000 to the veterans to go to Florida for that contest. And I ask for seconds.
Second.
Business?
So let's, if that's the desire of the council to add that to other business, we'll revisit that at other business. And we can come back unless there's objection. Looks like there's a consensus. We will discuss that under other business.
Okay, Mado, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other questions for Honor Guard? Yeah. Representative Emerton.
Yes, for the contest, what does that entail? If you guys win, do you guys get a trophy? Is there monetary money that you guys win? Or
Yes, there is a monetary gift, I guess you could say. And
Bragging rights.
yeah, because it's all the honor guards in the United States is invited to come down there. And like I mentioned, we think we're the best in Oklahoma. Well, a lot of other tribes think that of us as well, like the powwows and things like that. Things they go and judge is the grand entry and then a dancing contest. So a couple of my guys will do two-step. No, but I mean,
Rooster.
Probably a band rooster now. But I would like our guys to have opportunity to go while they're still able. While they're still able, and I hate to use the word, but still kicking. Because, you know, we're not promised tomorrow, and we would lose a lot of veterans as well. In this way, as Vice Chief mentioned too, bragging rights, and I think our guys deserve it. And I mean, we appreciate all the help we can get, and I mean, not only if we do win, not only it makes us look good, but it makes our tribe look good as well. But we like to go down there and do our best.
How many people are we looking at to travel to go over there?
About 7 of us, yes.
And where at Florida, where is that? What part of Florida?
Hollywood.
Hollywood. Okay, so that's the lower part of it.
Yes.
Would you guys be driving, or are you guys looking?
We're driving.
And like I said, do you guys get a trophy and monetary?
I don't know about a trophy.
I was gonna say, because then we could, showcase it at the.
Yeah, anything monetary would roll back into the program, obviously, because of the provisions of our laws. Travel policies would be adhered to as far as how they're able to reach the destination.
Okay.
Just like with the Princess Committee.
See, when we get first place, they'll pay us $8,000. So that'd be good.
And that would basically be something to supplement their program with as well.
If we do get a trophy, we can display it at our tribal veterans building.
We'll hold you a parade if you win.
Yeah, there you go, we have a parade.
Yeah. Okay, Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there an entry fee?
No.
For the participation?
No.
Okay, is there anything you need to purchase? Do we need new flags? Do we need any additional gear?
Yes, we've got that already working in place now.
Okay.
So their current budget allows for that.
Okay, thank you. Madam.
What vehicles are you using to travel? Your personal or?
Our honor guard band.
Okay.
So through the provisions of the stabilization that the General Council passed, we were able to purchase Honor Guard a vehicle and a trailer, a small box trailer for their use. Yeah. Representative Shaw.
I don't know if y'all were satisfied with the answer that was given y'all this morning on the bingo. I know y'all aren't. I'm not. I think that we need to put our foot down and practice a little sovereignty with the National Gaming Regulatory
I
Association.
think we did that once, and I don't know, what was that, about 14, 16 million?
We need to do something, but we do. But part of this money that was going to go through their bingo would have gone into this. So therefore, being a veteran, I fought for this country, and they fought for this country for our freedom, and yet we're being restricted by a little national agency. I'm talking for the whole Seminole Nation. We need to stop this. We can't be dictated to by a small agency. And I believe that our honor guard, though it didn't get to happen today, I think we should go ahead and at least get answers from them to make them answer us correctly. And if they just can't say bingo, because if they're going to say bingo, we have a pact with a compact with the state of Oklahoma to have gaming on tribal land.
And that would be Class 3. This was, the way it's written would be under Class 2.
Well,
So again, we'll revisit that. That's a little off topic of what we're.
But the other thing you're looking at, does Minnehaha up there have a compact?
Yeah,
Does I-40 up there, I mean, I-35?
Yeah, we point of order, and I agree that, it shouldn't have been a big deal, but somebody among us turned ourselves in.
They shouldn't be listening to one person anyway.
Well, there's an investigation on that. And again, we're off topic. We're here to discuss program reports. And so let's get back on subject.
Okay, now, I want to do a furtherance on what Miss Cootie said, that we, she said $5,000. But I sponsored them the first time, the first money they ever got for the honor guard, way back, God, I can't remember how long. Well, they've never had an ample amount of money, never. And they travel all over, not just this state. I traveled with them when I was a director. I went down to Houston. At the same time, they had to split the color guard. One group went to Louisiana. And so that's doubling the money. And so we might need to start doubling our allocation to the honor guards to keep representing us in a way in a manner that we expect. And I think they have so far. So therefore, when it comes to your turn to come on the floor, we'll be talking money. So I want to let y'all know that, you know.
Representative Shaw, I think Representative Cootie said 5,000 apiece.
You heard wrong.
I guess I heard wrong.
I started to say, I thought you had a Bible in your hand. Okay, I yield.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll revisit that under other business. We appreciate you reporting. Okay, is there any other program directors that council wishes to? Okay, I've seen Representative Thunder.
Yes, I'd like to call on housing.
Housing Authority?
Yes.
Okay. Currently, housing does not have a director, as we know, but they have representation here.
So my name is Whitney Weingartner. I'm the attorney for the Housing Authority of the Seminole Nation. As Assistant Chief just mentioned, we do not currently have a director. Becky Stone took a different position at BIA. We do have an interim director. His name is Tandy Cooper. He's been with housing for over 25 years. And so with that, I'll take any questions.
That answered one of my questions. Thank you,
Okay.
Whitney. And second question I do have, now with the main building that we did have versus the newest one, what are we doing with the former building? Is the meeting still being held there, or is it just?
No, there's a really nice conference room in the new building where the board meetings are being held. Right now, I know they've set up a gym. They got some equipment donated. So they've got sort of a gym area that they're using for the staff that they can use. I don't know what their plans are to expand that. Because I think when you were still on housing, they had sort of a fitness program where they could use the local gym, and then COVID hit. And so that stopped all that. So because it's in housing's benefit to have healthy staff, we wanted to continue that, or the board wanted to continue that, and so that's why they're moving forward with that fitness area. As far as the rest of the space, because I think that's in the conference room in the old building, I don't know at this point. There's been lots of talks about what's going to happen with that building, and it's just, right now, we're just kind of waiting and seeing.
Okay, and now when it comes to applications for the director's position, have there any been submitted?
I don't know the exact answer to that. I know we've gotten some. I don't know if any of those have been people that are truly qualified, because in the past we've gotten applications for people that had no housing experience whatsoever wanting to be directors.
Right.
We have advertised online, on Facebook, through different tribal organizations and newspapers. We're even looking, last I heard it, going to some of the bigger newspapers like the Oklahoman or the Tulsa World. But I think we're kind of waiting until after the first of the year, thinking we might get more applications once the holiday has subsided.
And I am aware of a very well qualified tribal member that intends to apply for that position.
And we welcome applications. Tandy was about to retire anyway, so he's just agreed to stay on to help get some development projects done and to kind of transition through. But we absolutely need somebody as well qualified, hopefully, as what we had before to step into housing.
Okay, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Okay. I've seen Representative Gonzalez, and then we'll come to Representative Hill.
She was, I was gonna call her up anyway.
Okay.
My question is, how many homes do you have waiting to be repaired with the ARPA and HIP program?
I don't know that housing is involved in
Yeah,
the
that-
HIP program at all.
Yeah, that's
Or
an,
the ARP fund.
that's not being administered by Housing Authority.
So, but how many homes do you have waiting to be repaired?
I don't know the exact answer to that. I can find out and give you information, because we did get our own grant funding through some of the COVID funds. One of those programs is still open and available, so I don't know the exact answer, but I can find out for you.
And how do you determine who gets the first priority on that?
Those funds, the COVID funds, were first come, first served. It depends on which program you're referring to. Like, I believe most of our repair programs are first come, first served.
Now,
Because we don't generally have a waiting list on those programs.
Okay.
Like our home ownership programs, obviously we have wait list. So we give preference to Seminole Nation Tribal members, full bloods, I think it's half bloods, and then veterans and elderly. Like, there's a whole list that we give points to.
Now, if a tribal member was approved for one of these repairs, let's say back in July, why is it taking so long to get repaired? Is it contracts? Is it supplies? You know, the cold weather's here. Some people need roofs, windows, doors, you know, electrical, plumbing, you know, and a lot of them are elderly homes, and only income is Social Security. So when is this going to take place?
Well, assuming you're talking about the programs that are run through housing and not through the nation.
It's run through housing.
Okay, then I don't know what the delay would be. My guess would be that it would be supplies or contractors, because housing itself generally only does very minor repairs through their actual employees. And then we have to go through the procurement process and making sure that we're getting the lowest price bids for those works. So it could be that we're not getting enough bids, that we didn't get any bids, because we're finding that some of the contractors won't even put in bids because they think the projects are too small in size. But without knowing the specifics, I can't give you a specific answer.
Okay. That was basically my question, on that repairing. The next question would be, what are you doing with abandoned houses? People that have been taken out of their homes because they're renting and they no longer can keep that home, or they damaged the home and the homes are just sitting there empty. Now, there are homes that are being vandalized, that have graffiti on them. People are coming in and out of those homes, windows are broken, and the neighbors, you know, should not have to look at this.
Do you happen to know if those are in one of our communities, or are they individual houses?
No, it's in our communities, it's right in Seminole.
They shouldn't, especially in Seminole, we shouldn't have any empty houses. We have wait lists for Seminole. Everybody wants to live in
Well,
Seminole.
there definitely is a home, and it's been reported several times, and nothing has been done about it.
Well, I will give you my contact information. If you'll relay that information to me, I'll for sure look at it, because it's not, that's why I asked where it was, because we also have a few homes right there by the old Housing Authority office that are empty because they flood. So we decommissioned them as rental units and just used them as storage, because it was unfair to have tenants in places that continually flood. And they flood because of the street issues. So it's something we couldn't fix. But otherwise, our goal is to rehab those houses and get them back into tenancy as quickly as possible. So,
yeah, I would think that would be to our benefit. So yes, I definitely would take your name and number and give back to you.
Absolutely.
Okay, I believe I've seen Representative Hill, and then we'll come to Representative Pittman.
Couple of questions, okay. Number one, you mentioned previous director that we had, I believe, well, it's okay to name her, Ms. Stone. I believe she left in October to be a director of BIA here in Seminole.
Correct.
Okay, the house that she was living in, okay, I recall when...
Now, let me stop you, because she lived in a housing unit, but she, as a community development manager, or as a community monitor, That house was specifically set aside for a community manager. She vacated that house a long time ago. So she hasn't resided in a housing authority property for quite some time.
So is anybody living in there right now?
I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. I hate to guess and be wrong, because we just put somebody into a property that was similarly set aside for somebody who was either security or a community development person, and we just put in a person in that. So that may be the house you're referring to.
I don't know which house it is, but there's certain individuals have come up to me and said, if she's a BIA director, she's out of our jurisdiction pertaining to being an employee of the nation. So that way she should come under BIA, the government itself. So she should not live there. So that's why
She's not living in a housing authority
that
property.
question.
Yeah.
Now, continuation with that housing. Isn't there a couple that still reside in the housing that are non-tribals? We brought this up so many times.
The last I watched a council meeting, I knew it came up, and I specifically asked about it. And there are provisions, again, I think it's one of the houses that were set aside for somebody that's either going to develop the community or act as security for the community. That person, although there's been lots of speculation around council in meetings and outside in the community that that person was no longer employed as a law enforcement, we were told that he is. He does act as a security officer in that home. He has monitors in his home that are linked to video cameras. The community is aware that they can approach him with security issues. So, and the federal law says that he can be in a home even though he's non-native, because he qualifies as that law enforcement officer.
Well said, okay, pertaining to security, etc. About a month ago or so, when they had what you call Halloween, and in the month, there were some homes that people that lived there that had teenage children that were drinking alcohol, etc., getting drunk, dancing on the street, blah, blah, blah. Where was the security?
Well, there's only so much an individual can do. Again, we also just added another security individual, and that's the one that just got put in the tax credit housing. So there'll be one at the lease purchase and in the tax credit, all one big unit, but essentially divided in half. And then we've met with local law enforcement. They came to the board meeting so that we could be assured that if life force was unavailable, then either sheriff or the city would respond if there were calls. And they did assure us that. They did assure us they have a working, good relationship with Seminole Nation Light Horse. And so if there's calls and stuff like that, call whatever available law enforcement agency you can. They've worked together and they've agreed that they will work together to protect our properties. We are aware that there are issues going out. We've had a lot of vandalisms. We've had trash fires. We've had things going on. We are aware of it and we're working on it as best we can.
Okay, last question I have is that there's an employee, which is a tribal member, that's been residing there for a few years, okay? As effective as of July 17, this employee had problems pertaining to plumbing. You opened it up by me saying I can use that name, Candy or whatever, that's supposedly going to be acting director or whatever. You supposedly was in charge of plumbing, etc. And this individual had flood coming out of the garage, everything, went into the kitchen, etc. Numerous, not once, twice, three times, numerous times since July 17th till I believe last month, they finally repaired it. I even spoke to the director. She said that, mark my words, I give you my word, it'll be fixed. She never got back with me. She just moved out on me before she can give me her answer, okay? But supposedly it's repaired, but it took that long to get this plumbing fixed, and they even billed her saying that since we use outside plumbers instead of our people within the nation, you owe us a bill of $1,400 and you will pay by the 16th of December or you will be asked to move out.
Well, you have to understand that most of the property are not rental units. These are homeowner units. So the occupant is responsible just like a homeowner would be for the cost of the repairs. So if she or he, whoever the resident was in one of those home ownership properties, then they're responsible for the cost of repairs. So that may be where that came from.
It could have, but, you know, she didn't go into detail. All I know is she said since July 17th, I believe she's got like 3, 4 children or whatever, but anyway.
And I don't know, we get in the monthly board packet that we receive, the board receives, I receive, it shows the work orders that have been submitted, the work orders that are pending, and the work orders that have been completed. I will tell you, having worked for housing for a long time, what happens a lot of times is residents will complain to each other, they'll mention it to a council member, but they never actually call and report it. So if you get those kind of calls, make sure that you're informing them. We now have a little website with a QR code. They can submit it real easily. If they're not tech savvy, they can still call the office. But anytime those issues have come up, we've either learned that either documentation was happening and it was being addressed, or we didn't know about it until it got to the point where it came to council. But if you want to follow up, I will take the name.
No. I'm not going to follow up because you know why? You got a council rep sitting right over here just across the street from that place. He can take over.
Well, and like, I will tell you, our board members will often bring complaints, especially the ones that live within the community, because we have two. If they hear something at our monthly board meeting, it's brought up, and those questions are asked. Now, when it comes to what happens after the board meeting, I would have to check and see what actually took place, but those certainly aren't being ignored intentionally.
And we are approaching that 15-minute, or we're actually at it, but Representative Pittman had her hand up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for stepping in to respond to our questions. I want to go back to Representative Gonzalez's concerns about the repairs. Do we have a cap in place per house when we're doing repairs?
It depends on the program. Like, we have a minor rehab program, which is, I think, $500. We have a major rehab program, I think it's $5,000. Some of the money we received from the COVID funds had higher limits. It just depends on which one you're talking about.
And there's provisions on whether or not the homeowner has homeowner's insurance or not, and some other things within the HOSDA that they have to follow. So.
Okay, and just one more quick question, and thank you for that, because that was one of my concerns for the elderly. In the past, people have said that when they needed a repair, that we offered the funding to them, that they were responsible for the repairs.
It may have been that in the past. No, we don't like to hand out monies to individuals ever. So, no, generally, we even step in and take charge of getting the contractors, and that's why it does take a little longer, because we do the bid process. So, yeah, we do not pay directly.
Okay, one last question from Representative Fixico, and then we'll move on. I did see environmental health come into the building, so we'll get them up, Mr. Petit.
I'll try to make it short and sweet. I am a representative, I'm an elder. You do have ARPA at housing. I have an application. I've been waiting on repair. It's been the first of the year, and it's a need, but I'm waiting. And ARPA is there. It's 15,000, not a lot. And I don't even know if you knew the housing, you would know this answer that they asked.
No, what? How many pending repairs?
No. The ARPA program is there. You said they weren't. They are.
The program.
But still, I have an application, and I am waiting to this day to have that repair done. I want to close out my book. The new year is coming. I waited. I have to put my foot down and let you know. I know you know about the ARPA program.
Okay.
And I don't know if they know about
This is
it.
something that we'll address outside
See,
the
that's
council
what I'm
meeting.
talking about.
But,
Well, like I said, we do have programs that we receive COVID funding from. We received CARE funds, we've received ARPA funds. So,
There you go.
But those are different from the ones the
There
tribes
you
are
go.
handling.
But there's still houses that needed to be fixed, repaired.
Well, if you've submitted an application, I'll happily take it back to the housing
And
authority and look into it.
I am a homeowner, yes, but the house next door was rented to a individual family, and it has been vandalized. It is really bad. It is bringing to your attention
Okay.
that it's right next to me. That's what I'm addressing right now.
And we
Thank
do-
you.
Absolutely. We do, like I said, there's a way to submit complaints online. You can call the office. Anything you see like that, please report. Okay, I believe you. I will have your application looked into and give you an answer. And I will look into and give you the answer of the number of repairs that are still pending.
Okay, and we're at the 20-minute mark on this program, so we're going to close and move to environmental health that was requested by Mr. Petit. Thank you, Whitney.
ICW.
I'm sorry?
ICW.
Okay, I know Representative Petit had requested environmental health. They are here, so we'll get environmental health, and then we'll have ICW next. So if somebody could mention to environmental health that's here, here she comes. Okay, Summer, thank you. Mr. Petit, you have the floor.
Yes, we spoke earlier in the year, and I'd requested some status on this TR 75 and 76 regarding the water and sewer that this council had passed back in June of 2022. And like I said, it's 2.5 million for the facility, the mission, and 200,000 for the, I guess, Veterans Center there too. What my concern right now is, what's the status? Back then, you told me you were going to visit with BIA to have them assist.
So before she answers, I know we did hold a bid process for that, and through our procurement policy to award those. And essentially, the bids that we received were too high, or we didn't have a good enough response. So we're looking at actually trying to bundle some of those projects so that we can get a better response from potential vendors. And then we're trying to look at some other avenues with our threshold right now of what we can do without having to bid. It's at 50,000. Federal law states that it can be up to 250,000. That would take a revision in that procurement code in Title 14 in order for us to move to the new current OMB circular regs. That's something that would allow for a more simple acquisition or simple process for us to move some of these projects along now and in the future. So that's kind of where we're at. It's not necessarily something that Summer has a control of, since we're having to follow our current procurement code.
Okay, then I think what my concern was since this inception of these two resolutions were passed, would you not agree with me that we've probably lost 10% of our buying power, because it was stated earlier about supplies and labor being an issue now? So if you were to take the $2.5 million, we probably lost $250,000 in costs that we could have used to construct this. The other thing that's been an issue, man, we just heard it today, was the issue we've had with water and sewer over at the renovation that we've done over at the senior citizen, I guess you're going to call it over there. And I think that these are things that, we're getting into the final year of the use of these monies. I've always told others around, let's get some bids, let's get some ideas of what it's going to cost. If we need to reappropriate money back into these two resolutions were passed to get this done. And it was even more, I guess, we talked about veterans here just a little bit ago. I think there was a representative spoke at our November 10th meeting, talked about some ideas that the veterans would like to have had over there. Well, to have the parks and things like that, they're going to need adequate sewer and water over there for those facilities. I just think we need to get off high center, because it's been a year and a half now and we've not gotten anywhere. This council, as far as I know, has not heard anything.
Yeah, and again, with these two specific projects, there was a request for bid advertised, those pre-bid meetings, and the response we got, we could not award, and so we're having to revisit. And again, you know, we attempted to appropriate $10 million to water and wastewater here at the Miccosukee Mission grounds, and it failed. So the new approach was to break that down into specific projects, which would be the most beneficial, and that was the two. And then also correction, anything over $1 million that's considered a capital expenditure, capital expense, we have until December of 2026 to have those projects completed. It's services, and anything that's under $1 million that has to be expended by 2024.
I understand all that, but what I'm trying to get to is the fact that under this COVID, or I guess you'd call it ARPA funds, it says funds may be used to pay administrative costs, including payments to consultants. And that was what I was trying to get to, was why haven't we hired somebody that could come give this council better knowledge of what we need to do and how to address this situation? And if it costs us $100,000 to get something to tell us it cost $1 million, then let's appropriate the money to do that, because it can fit within these guidelines here. And that's what we've got to get off high center, because we've already, this council voted, and I'm going to say we got the cart ahead of the horse, because we've already heard today about what's happened over at our senior citizens center.
Yeah.
We've built all these other facilities around here, and that's the first thing that needed to be addressed, I felt like, before we did anything.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I can get others in here that can agree to me too.
I completely agree with you. And again, there was 2 studies that were performed here. The only difference between the time frame is that Diabetes Center was added, and then the Veterans Center was added. Other than that, nothing has changed with the exception of the condition, which it would be poor. And so we've had those analyses performed, 2 of them. Was the last one 2015, 2017? Somewhere around that time frame. We even went so far as to drill a commercial test well. So we've attempted, previous administrations have attempted to piecemeal a program or a project together. And there again, that was one of the first measures that was presented to council, and one of the first measures that was tabled and failed.
But once again, we had no knowledge of an estimate of cost or anything at the time. That's the $8 million deal. We had no idea. And if it cost $8 million to do it, we've got money still left in some of that unused funds of ARPA that maybe we could raise this amount. And if that's what it takes, it'll do that. But we need to make this mission grounds self-sustaining, not only in water and sewer, but the Sendoc gentleman earlier today mentioned solar. Let's make this place where we don't rely on anybody but ourselves.
I agree.
We can do that. And that's what this council needs to get the information from whoever to do that. And then let's work on that, because we're spinning our wheels here on this, spending this money.
Yeah, and again, we've attempted to follow we did follow our procurement policy, and we just didn't have anyone respond that was within reason or could perform that. And one of the fixes is to update our procurement policy to what is currently allowed. Right now, we're restricted by our own policy, and we're not even able to exercise what the feds allow. And so that's one fix that would allow us to take another avenue of securing somebody. And then also currently, Mr. Porter is still in a capacity as a consultant, and we're able to utilize him for anything, cost estimate wise or project estimate wise. And so everything's in place, but hands are tied when contractors don't respond.
Then why wasn't the information brought to this council that we needed to raise that limit on what could be available for us to have these projects started?
Because according to the cost estimates and analysis that we have, they would have, trying to find the right word that's proper, they were trying to overbid. We have cost estimates in place, and when somebody comes in and says, you're saying it's 250, I'll do it for 500, they're screwing us.
Understandable, but that's what I'm saying. If we pay somebody that we can trust, then that's something that we as a council, because I'm pretty sure there's none of us right here, 28, knows how to read those architectural plans, or I'd ask for a civil engineer to design a program for this facility here. It's just, you know, that's money that we could have spent to have got a better opinion so that we would know.
Yeah, and we have those.
And like I said, it's been a year and a half, and we're into the final year of that, spending that money. And I don't want to wait till the last minute. And I still have passed an opportunity that we've had with $100 million that this nation will never see before.
Yeah, and again, we've followed our procurement laws and our policies. We have those cost estimates. We have those professionals contracted to do that. It's one of those things where if we start releasing how much money a project is estimated to cost and how much our appropriation is, every contractor is going to come in and say it's going to cost to the penny of what this council appropriated.
Understandable, but I'm just saying though, if we had somebody that if whoever this band council members could agree on to hire, that we could trust to give us information that we could rely on, because none of us, I'm pretty sure, have the ability to know what it costs to lay 50 foot of pipe or whatever it takes to build these things. I mean, if we need to drill water wells, if we need to drill aerobic systems and put in some lagoons and pump stations, then that's what we need to do, because we're running out of calendar.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't know if I'm not making myself clear, but we have those individuals retained to give us those cost estimates.
Could you provide that to the council?
Cost estimates?
That, and any of that, you said that you've had some environmentalists or somebody look at this thing?
Those have been released to council previously, but we can definitely release those again.
If you would, please.
But yeah, and keep in mind, we have to stay and abide by our Title 14 as far as how we do these acquisitions as well, and follow those codes, so.
And that's understandable too.
Representative Shaw, if you yield the floor.
I yield.
Okay, and again, we're at about 11 minutes on this item, so let's.
The thing is, the last time you were on the floor of the council, we were down to Jim. And I specifically asked a question, when are we going to get these plans? The chief answered for you. That's why I don't like the chief answering the assistant chief. I'd rather you answer me. When are we going to get the specific plans that you were supposed to have had before now?
As far as engineering plans for the
for the infrastructure for this place here. And by the way, I've also asked the chief, I guess what you want to call him right now, it's beyond me, because I asked him about how come we are not drilling wells out here. Those are specific. And he told me that we turned it down as a council. And if this council turned it down, I asked him to put it back on an agenda. It's not been on the agenda. Don't you think you need infrastructure before you start putting buildings out here? I mean, that's the first thing a construction company does when they're going to build homes. They go out there and they lay their sewer and their water, even your house.
Point of order.
No, it's not a point of order.
Yes, it is. You're the one that voted no. It was done.
No, I was not on the council at the time. So don't put fingers.
No, y'all voted no, and it went down.
But
Okay,
anyway,
let's be respectful of each other, not talk over each other in accordance with our
When are
laws.
we going to see those plans? And then the second part would be to the administration as to when we're going to see that water infrastructure resolution back on our floor. And it's not hard to get bids, I know that. But maybe we need to go ahead and change Title 14. But whatever it does, I think that we need infrastructure. I agree with Mr. Petit. Infrastructure needs to be built out here. What we had before has gotten so old. That was back in the 72, I believe it was.
Correct.
because I was working out here at the time, so. But yeah, when
Yeah,
are we gonna
and-
get
and-
that? You said y'all were gonna get with an engineer and let us know about the sewer, water, I mean, the plant, and possibly gonna do aerobics or whatever y'all were talking about that day.
So the engineering plans, I'm not a design engineer, so I did not personally draw out engineering design plans for either one of the lagoons for the new cell or for the Veterans Center. We did work with the design engineer and they were drawn up, and I believe, I don't know if we provided those already or can be, whatever's passable to council, whatever we have, we'll gladly pass it. But
Yeah,
I don't
and-
actually personally draw up plans.
Yeah, and those plans were what we utilized to determine the cost, and to set those out to bid. But again, the response wasn't something that we could, award, and doing our due diligence and being stewards and following our current laws. And I'm in agreement. We need water infrastructure. That's why it was one of the first measures. And again, under that resolution, it was an appropriation that was requested. We don't have 250 to now with inflation, probably closer to $400,000 that we can use and earmark without council's approval to request for a brand new feasibility study that, or an assessment, plans, all of that we don't already have, with the exception of just 2 small buildings. We have those.
So what are we needing to do?
Again, general council voted no on water and
Well,
wastewater
that's why I asked.
infrastructure.
On your part, are you gonna bring it back to the floor?
It's unfortunately not up to me.
It's not up to you. Y'all brought it to the floor the first time. Who was it up to then?
Under the code of laws, it's up to the chair to set the agenda.
Are you not the chair?
I am currently chairing this meeting, but I
Okay.
do not set the
Point of
agendas
order.
for others, and you know this. So, okay, we are beyond our 15 minutes. Ms. Jennings, thank you. Ms. Cootie? ICW, correct, thank you. And ICW is currently, right now, holding a function in town, but I believe they have one representative here. She's coming. So yeah, currently the staff is holding a function as we speak.
One of the questions that was, somebody called me and said that, would I be willing to, do something about having problems with, foster children? I'm not sure what you mean by problems. But, having problems with placing the children with the family.
Oh,
within
we're
our-
always recruiting for foster homes, and that's an ongoing project that we have, trying to get tribal members to fill out the applications and take the foster home. I mean,
Okay.
foster child.
And my, what I had told this person was that bring it before the council, let all the council know. I'm just only one person, you know, so that's what I wanted you to explain to the council, the problems with fostering our children.
I'm not the foster care person, I'm the administrative assistant, and I'm not really familiar with everything that they get involved in the process.
But yeah, there is
One of our workers
a
is
shortage.
supposed to be on the radio show, I think this coming week, to explain the program.
Okay, but I have not heard, I'm just bringing this out because all of us to bring it forward, and I just said bring it before the council so the council will be aware of it. That's-
Yeah, we are always trying to recruit, but like I said, I'm not sure exactly what the process is. I know it starts with the application.
Yeah, well, thank you for bringing that up, and you are correct. There is a shortage of not just emergency, but long-term foster care as well. and that's just across the board. And currently, Post McGirt, our ICW departments across Indian Nation or Indian country are now overseeing a lot more of those cases. Some are still deferred to DHS, but overall, I believe our ICW workers have twice the workload as a state DHS worker.
That was one of the things that she wanted me to bring up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right now, we have approximately 100 kids in foster care. And we're doing a recruit to try to get presents to all those kids. And that's what a lot of staff is out doing today. They're working on different projects.
And I would like to announce that they had an angel tree, and one of the vendors that has performed some of these renovation projects for us has agreed graciously to fund that entire angel tree on behalf of the nation. So.
Do you have to be a certain age to be a foster parent?
Over 18, I think.
Over 18?
No, it might be
22?
higher than that.
22. Yeah, it's 22. Okay. Ms. Cootie, you don't have any others? I've got a couple others with their hands up as well. Okay, thank you. Mexican Band?
You said there's over 100 kids. Do you know actively how many homes? Because that's what I was contacted as well.
No, I don't.
Is to encourage because we have a shortage of homes. I do know, like you said, over 22. Of course, you got to pass a background check. But a lot of people think that, and I know back when years ago, a lot of people used to think you'd have to have their own bedroom. No. Tribal homes are looked at different than DHS homes. So if you think you can take a child or children, call the office, as again, we are stretched thin with our homes.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Is there anything else for ICW? Okay. You're through. See Representative Pittman, and then we'll go ahead.
Was he first?
I didn't see if it was or not. Y'all argue. Early childhood committee. Okay. Early childhood committee, which would be the director, because we're on directors, not committees. And I know that the director was on sick leave, so they may not be here. Head Start. And I know they were on sick leave yesterday, so they may have. Okay. Representative Billy?
Property and procurement.
Okay. Have the Director of Property or Procurement. Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I have a few questions. Is it reference kind of what was going on this morning on procedures? The OAP, how am I going to say this? The bidding system, does that go through your department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so who dictates, again, like she said, she was told that it went from the ground to the ceiling. Everything else, don't worry about it. Who dictates that?
There was a scope of work established whenever the renovation was discussed. And my opinion, that building has been vacant for so long, and it's all of a sudden got a lot of people in it. And I feel like that's part of the issue. The piping under there is old. That was not a part of the scope of work. The contractor was correct. It was just inside renovation. It wasn't replacing any piping or anything like that.
Okay, that's fine. But Ms. Wynn stated that when she talked to the contractor, that he was, he was told he was only supposed to do this. He had already made some assessments that it needed to be grease traps. I know it used to be the bingo, there used to be a kitchen in there. That should have already been in place. Common sense is going to tell you that if you're going to have any type of cooking or any type of sewage and grease, you have to have that.
And it was in place, it's just not functioning to 100% that it can. And so again, for those, there's been some ordered that will be retrofitted under each sink or each fixture, that will act in the same capacity as one in ground, short of having to basically jackhammer the concrete out and then have one custom built to fit. That'll basically be bypassed, and there'll be, rather than one that's about 15 gallons, you're going to end up having 3 that are about 10 gallons that would be installed, and that would be at the sink, at the dishwasher, and I believe on the other sink. I believe there's 2 sinks that are being utilized.
Okay, all right.
The repairs aren't going to be made. I mean, we are identifying and we're going to make sure that they get done. But, until we use the building more, I think more things may still come up.
I understand, but when the contractor's telling you kind of what's wrong with the whole picture, and he's a contractor for a reason. He knows what is wrong, and he's trying to bring it to your attention. But when you say no, don't mess with that. Just mess from here to here.
Well, once we bid a job, they have to stick to the scope of work. Otherwise, we have change orders. Change orders increase the price of the project, and we have a budget on all of our projects that we need to try to stick to. Now, of course, if it's something that we absolutely have to fix, there'll be a change order. But I think that our goal was to get that building open and operational by Nation Days. And now that we have identified problems since it's been open, I think that we are making provisions to take care of those. The funding is available to take care of those problems.
Yeah, I don't remember what the amount was. I'll have to go back and look at my records. But yeah, I understand. I yield the floor.
Okay. Representative Cootie.
Mary, if they go back in and make repairs for the pipes and all that, would they have to tear up the flooring to do that?
I'm not sure. From what I've understood so far, they've taken this camera, a scope, and I believe that the grease trap issue is connected to the restroom issue. That's what they're telling me. So I'm thinking if we fix this grease trap issue, it will also alleviate the issue that we had in the restrooms. Yeah, because for some reason it was the same piping, is what I understand.
Yeah, there's one main drain that everything flows into, and some of it was with the design, the little S-curve P-trap that holds water, that prevents those gases from coming in. Some of those drains were just simply dry. Some of that you fix by filling it with water. You fill it with sanitized water so that those gases don't escape. They were in this floor, and we were able to cover those whenever that renovation occurred. So there's certain things that have been remedied, and there's certain things that we're just simply waiting on the supplies to come in.
I know that when I was a regulator, the West building that was getting ready to build that new building, addition to it, we had that gas pumps in the back. Well, the pipe was still underground, so we were using it as a parking area, and I was told that, environmental looked at it and everything was okay, and it bothered me, so I had somebody else to look at it, and come to find out that we couldn't build on that, especially a building. They said those pipes underneath where the gas pumps were had to come out in order to build a building on it. So we had to put a stop in building and then go in.
And there are some things that you don't know about until you get into a project. There are things
I
that
was
come up.
told it was okay, but it wasn't when a person went and checked it, the environmental person, and he said, no, you can't build on it. So, I just wondered about that. That's what I'm asking if it's going to be cool.
Okay.
Representative McCoy.
Were you involved in the redesign of this building that we're currently in?
As far as the contracting, yes.
So maybe you could just answer my question. Like right when you walk in the building, that wall looks real nasty to me. It looks like mold, but I'm not saying it is mold. I'm not an expert. or it's just really bad dirt there, and the, whatever you call it, the wallpaper, whatever, is like jaggedy, and you could probably peel it back. Is this not
So
done?
I will answer that.
Well, hold on just a minute, please. Okay, so, and so my question is, what was covered in the whole redesign? Was it walls and everything? And are we still currently finishing up, or we're supposed to have been done and then something that you're gonna explain on that wall?
We are finished with the original project and the scope of work to create the council house. There was demolition to do away with the leftover dialysis part, but I think that was something that we overlooked. And then also, the longer it takes to get these bid out, the higher the price goes. So I feel like that, number one, the estimate was low when we received it as far as what the cost would be for this area. And then two, you know, with prices going up all the time, the money just didn't go as far as it should have.
Yeah, and she's absolutely correct. It was oversight. Whenever this was designed originally, it was something that we were trying to utilize for tribal court. So there was already some design taking place. That was abandoned, and it was revisioned as the council house. So it was for this room only that we got the estimate. And so we did pad it with the intention of being able to just do cosmetics out there. But again, not knowing some of the things that we were going to run into, that pad was just absorbed. And so that wasn't part of the original scope.
And so when you say for this area right here, are you including this area? Because that's a really tiny gallery. And if we didn't properly prepare for that, I mean, you have people in the hall, it's cold, we're having all these problems. It's just my concern. I don't think that was all thought out. And even though we had it in place, couldn't we have brought it back and said, hey, we found some more things and maybe we need to allocate some more money for that project to be completely done instead of like patchwork here, patchwork there? Because it kind of seems like some of these projects, we're just doing the bare minimum and then we're just patching up as we go along instead of doing a nice project from the get-go. So
yeah, and there again, there is always those challenges of our council understanding that $100,000 is not $100,000. It don't hundred like it used to. And so even with some of that, I believe we padded this project for the appropriation over $100,000. And the end result is what we're able to get. So we do feel like there's some funding that's been identified that we can use to do the cosmetics. And again, like you said, an entire scope. We would like to update the outside as well so that this entire campus matches and kind of has a new brand and looks great. So I completely agree. Representative Petit.
Okay, you stated earlier, I think, do you have sealed bids whenever you submit these out?
It depends on the project. Some of them are RFPs where we're asking for a design. We want someone to come up with the best design and then we pick. But where we have done sealed bids, which would be an invitation for bid, is like the new childcare project in Cornwall. We have a plan, we know exactly what it would cost, so we do a sealed bid and we have our plan. When we want someone to present their best idea to us and then we choose, that's a request for proposal. So these two projects were, I would say we had a plan, we had a conceptual drawing, but it was up to the contractor to figure out what was needed to carry out our wishes.
Okay. Do we prefer, I'm looking here at section 814 about performance bonds for these services that I guess on these contractors either.
Yes, sir, those are included in all contracts.
Okay, and now as far as maintenance bonds, do they file one of those?
Yes, sir. We have all those in place before the contracts are signed.
Okay. And, well, that's one of the things I was trying to figure out was I wanted to make sure because, you know, we've had so many things and I'm sure that there's been additional supplements for the, I'm going to call it the dome over there, whatever you want to call it, because it seems like that thing's been going on and on and on. And I'm sure, you know, of course, one of the things that I wanted to know initially before we started work, did we have a pre-engineered plan for this thing? Or how did we go about submitting the request for the bids? Did we have an architectural drawing of it?
For the arena?
I don't know what you call that thing over there. The money pit's all I'm gonna call it.
Well, it's been in separate phases. The arena itself was a request for proposal for a design, and that was the design that was chosen. And then that was all. I mean, that was all that we did. Now, we came back later with another RFP to complete it with the lighting and the sound and the screens, because basically it was just a shell, just an arena.
Okay, and what I was trying to get back to with the architectural design and stuff, was that a prefabricated
Yes, sir.
building? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I guess some of my concern's always been about, because it's basically a parachute, are there things in place to protect us against wind shear and things like that? Or did the contractor meet the guidelines for what was needed for the piers to be placed properly in structures and stuff like that?
Yes, sir. That is the biggest structure that company built, and they did do their work as far as digging down far enough to support it all. As far as wind rating, I don't know about the metal. I mean, I honestly don't. I would assume that it is, but I couldn't tell you for sure. As far as, because it's just a top, it's not like it's a whole building. So I don't know what the requirements are for wind rating for this area.
Understandable. I mean, you're as much as we
Yeah.
are probably out here. We don't understand it, but that's why I've always felt like we needed to have hired somebody that had that specific knowledge to protect the nation. Because if something blows up here and that thing falls down, I don't think anybody in this council would ever feel comfortable with meeting
Well,
people again.
we're insured, and like I said, wouldn't want anybody to ever get hurt. But I'm confident that the structure was built to hold the roof up, if that's what you're asking.
Well, we don't have building codes, so that's why we don't have a building code instructor that could have followed it along the way. Perhaps, like the highway does. They check the cement loads and stuff like that as it's done too. And that's one of the things that because a facility that big, with that much of a span across the middle, we want to make sure it's safe, or at least I would want to make sure that it met certain requirements before I put my family in it.
Right. I feel secure that, the building was built to hold the roof and to hold the structure up. I don't think we're in danger of it falling down on its own. If a tornado comes through, I couldn't tell you.
Understandable. Oh, you.
Okay. Representative Gonzalez.
Mr. Jackson, I just want to say thank you so much for all your work, because I know that what you're doing is really involved in keeping track of everything. I'm sure that that's a horrendous mess.
Well, we just need to make sure we follow all the guidelines, because my worst fear in my position is disallowed cost, and I don't want to put that on my tribe.
Yeah. Well, that's what I always say, as long as you follow the rules and regulations, you're okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, we're at our 15-minute mark, so thank you. Representative Sampson.
Language.
Language? Do we have a representative from Language? I know I have one on vacation, but. All right, the one, the only, Mr. Delaney Pinnock. Mr. Pinnock, thank you. Okay, Representative Sampson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pinnock.
How's it going?
I'm going well. How about yourself?
Doing all right.
Good.
Speaking to the mic.
The reason why I called you up is to check in on those books that y'all had a few months back for the children. Could you give us more information on how they can get those books and get on display? Because they never got back with me on it.
Jeremy's kind of ahead of that area right there, so I'd have to get back with you on that one.
Okay.
I'll just help translate, so.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, after the meeting, I'll get with you and get the information and.
Okay.
Yeah, we can shoot him an email requesting,
Okay.
where they're at.
That sounds good, thank you.
Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you please share with us how we access those language classes? I've taken a tour of the school and was just blown away about the new projects that are coming on board. And I know today we've talked a lot about the elders, but our priority is our youth too. So the language immersion programs, some of those courses are online?
Yes.
And are they self-paced?
Yes,
Or
there's
how do we
there's a
access those?
four-week language class resource that we have on the page. I'm not sure what link you can find that on right now, but
It is under the language tab
language, yeah,
on our
language culture
website.
caption, yeah. So it's on there.
But if it's a four-week class, then any of the council representatives have access to just sign up at any time, and in 4 weeks, they can just
Yeah, whatever
take the
pace you can
language.
do that in 20 minutes, however long you know, it takes you to
Each
do
day.
it. So, yeah.
Are those language tools available though, or is there a cost?
No, it's available to anybody that checks the site out.
Yeah, they're on the internet. They're available nationwide, worldwide. And then in addition to that, on social media, on Facebook, on Instagram, on the page, they do like a word of a day or the phrase of a day or sentence building. So there's some other things that they do that are interactive, some resources for children. Language currently assists child care language teacher so that she's in the classroom with the little kids in child care. She floats to each facility. And so she's actually overseeing a language grant as well that develops reading materials and curriculum. And so she's teaching the teachers and the children in each of the child care classes. And then Head Start, fortunately, we still have a few teachers that are fluent. And so, you know, it's just natural for them to speak as well to them. Okay, I seen, after you yield, I got
Last question.
Okay.
And so when a person completes this 4-week training, I'm sorry, I want to address you. It's kind of like you were talking about training the trainer. When this 4 weeks is complete, are they receiving a certificate, and are they allowed to teach or come participate in public programs?
No, it's just a resource to help, you know, a learner on their journey. So it's just there to help out.
Okay.
That's what we offer right now.
Okay. Because I know there's some kind of certificate program, and I want Jeremy to be able to.
Yeah, some tribes do have apprenticeship and programs where they actually, like the Chickasaw Nation language program, you know, they have enough funding, they're able to hire people just simply to learn. So they're students, but they're being paid a salary to learn, and then they in turn can be teachers. So we're just not there yet with our funding as across the board. Okay, Representative Cootie, then we'll come to Representative Sampson.
Stoja Bunairado. Chokahija Mongedos. Heyoa Mongo. So Ojagodos, yeah. Mahago Chogo, Biklit are Nokcha. Chi Pohago Dado, Heyoa. Chi Pohago. Tukchin and Heyoa, yeah. Director, administrative, and UNDOT. Yeah, Motor West. Harjo's, Linas, Varnum, Mahan, Manabogidois, Migana, yeah, Ogia.
Okay, Representative Sampson?
I just have one more question. Are you speaking Muskogee Creek, or are you speaking the old dialect of the Seminoles?
Yeah. Matados, it's the same, yeah, yeah.
Little berries issues that are different?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Shaw?
Ms. Sampson, he's speaking a northern dialect of the Muskogee Creek language, since he's from up north. We speak a little bit different than he does down south. We've got 4 different dialects within our nation, and those dialects are all spoken differently, although we understand one another. So he's speaking a northern dialect, And like when I speak a southern dialect. I speak slower than he does. And it's harder to understand him because there's not a whole lot of speakers up north. But there's more down south, it's a software area, so. I just wanted to explain that.
Okay, I see no other questions for language. Okay, appreciate it, sir.
Widow.
Okay, is there any other programs? Representative Gonzalez. Communications. I did see the director earlier. Communications director. Okay, this is our communications director, Mark D. Williams officially.
Is he the one that gives out the?
Okay, Representative Gonzalez, you have the floor.
Are you the one that puts all the information in the newspaper?
Yes, well, me and Josiah Jimboy.
Okay. I noticed that in the last newspaper that there was a listing for the churches. That particular article was so small, you couldn't even read it. And because the print was so blurred, I think it's due to the colorization.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just wondering, and I noticed that some of the pictures are like, you got 4 on one page and all the announcements and everything are on a next page, and they're so small that you can't even read them. I just wanted to bring your attention to that if you have elders in the family, because I was told that I have to use a magnifying glass and my glasses just to see what's written. So, and these are from elders that are homebound, and that's their only way of receiving information from our tribe. So I appreciate all the work that has been done. I appreciate the newspaper and all your hard work and all. It's just that I believe that you put out a newspaper, it should be clear and concise as to the information you're giving out so that anybody could read that. But other than that, I think you're doing a great job. Mado.
Okay, any other questions?
Not questions, maybe comments. Mark, is it just you and one other person, Josiah, that make up communications, just 2 of you?
Angela Marshall is the admin assistant.
Okay. Well, I am thankful to have the paper. That was a big deal as we weren't getting it, and now we are getting it monthly. It's really small, and again, I appreciate that now we can view it online and we actually get it mailed to us. If there was a way that your budget could handle, maybe another person to assist you just to gather some maybe more information that just keeps us more abreast of what's going on, maybe at national levels or just in our state. That would be awesome. But again, like Representative Gonzalez, I'm just thankful that we're getting one and you're doing a good job. So.
Okay, I see Representative Thunder, and then we'll come to Representative Cootie.
All right, Mark, my question is, how do y'all go about, when it comes to the mailing list? I know I had put in for it a few years ago about wanting to get the paper. However, I also, it's been a little while, I called in regards to my mother. She's still getting the paper at my house, and she's been deceased for almost 5 years. So I'm trying to have that switched around. So what would someone need to do in order to have the mailing list updated, or do y'all do that on a daily basis, like in a data system, or?
No, the system we have is basically just a spreadsheet we've always had, and even before I got here, it was a spreadsheet.
Okay.
And so it has to be updated by someone who's calling in or emailing us an updated address.
Okay.
So it's not like tied into enrollment or anything like that.
Okay. All right. Well, Yakoki.
Okay, Representative Cootie.
A lot of times the newspaper when it's put out, it's good to see things that happened in the past, but a lot when we get like activity that's gonna be going on, we don't know about it until it's already over with, so, do y'all check with different programs to see what they're gonna be doing or whatever, and put that in so that those things that are happening, we are aware of taking place?
Yeah, we try to. So we make announcements on the radio programs the third Friday of every month that we try to get flyers in, announcements in. We put like a reminder in the paper as well. And so yeah, we dedicate one page for sure every issue for just flyers and announcements, and hopefully get more than that. Yes.
Yeah, there's a deadline to submit so that they can get it in print.
And on the radio, y'all do the same thing for that?
Yeah, so the radio is more, as far as information getting out, it's probably more useful because it's a weekly show. But so the monthly issue for the paper is monthly. And so the third Friday is kind of what we always set every time, so we can get it out at least on the first week of every month.
Okay, seeing Representative Dethridge and then Representative Shaw.
Are there plans to increase the number of pages for the newspaper?
It kind of dictates every month. There's been some that's been 4, some have been 6. Our usual is about 6. I think our biggest issue was 10, and that was after simulation day. So it kind of just depends on what happens during that month.
And there's budget constraints as far as being able to make sure that they're able to print the number of issues that they're supposed to print in compliance with that grant funding. And so it's all measured.
It averages about 2,500 a month every issue, and so yeah, the more pages we have, it's just that kind of comes with a factor.
Okay, I got Representative Shaw, and then we'll come to Representative Pittman.
Okay, now, they're asking me, because I'm from down here in the south, how come there's no sports events shown like highlighting our kids from the south, like Sassacua, Conowal, even Justice?
We woke up.
But everything is Varnum and Strothers and up north. Why are we not showcasing these kids down here? Because I can speak for Conowal, over half the team are Native American high schoolers. Sassacua is the same way. So they're asking why are they not being highlighted, but they'll highlight something from Varnum before they highlight. And I know you're from up this way, but y'all should get a little bit of extra pay for driving to go down there and watch some of these games. We went to for Love of the Game 2 weeks ago up at Henrietta. They were up there Mark was up there, so, but why not go? Last night was Strothers and Conowal played basketball. That could have been highlighted last night because Strothers got Indian boys on it too. And so at Sassacua, it seemed like the only thing we see on social media is some of the parents putting things on there. That's about it. But why can't we put them in the paper to highlight our kids down that way? I, for one, have got a son that I'd love to showcase, but he's only an 8th grader. But that's okay. We need to start hitting all the schools equally and taking pictures of the kids and putting them in our newspapers. If nothing else, if you'd call down there, I bet you could ask some of the parents if they'd bring those kids up to Seminole or whatever to get pictures taken. They'd do that.
Yeah, and there is an open invitation for content submittal to them. So some of that is being submitted to their department by these individuals at those schools. So there's that open invitation for content to be submitted to communications. But we can try to schedule for them to be a little more inclusive, and if that content isn't being submitted.
Like it's soccer, if they're playing, just say bow legs, they're playing. Go down and take a picture, a live picture, rather than somebody sending you a picture of kids standing there like this.
Yeah.
It's worth more to me than than a standing picture. So that's one of the things they've asked me. I forgot about it until just now when they started talking there. But yeah, I'd like to see more of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, we put that out there. We are looking for that kind of content. Sometimes we have to rely on people just sending stuff in. We just don't have the manpower to get out there in the game. As far as upcoming plans, we do plan on getting to the conference tournament next week. We've reached out to some of the schools about maybe live streaming some of their games again too. That's been kind of pretty popular in the past, so we have some plans to get some other schools as well. But sometimes it kind of just comes down to relying on community members, tribal members, just sending in their content for us to post.
I yield.
Okay, Representative Pittman?
Thank you. Are your deadlines online? Your deadlines for submission, are they on our website?
It's on the newspapers when it comes out, and then on the radio program.
So it's not on the website?
Not on the website.
Okay, because I know people are looking and they want to submit, but the first thing they do is they go to our website. So I don't know if communications need another budget.
The communications webpage can be updated with some of that content. Yeah.
So, okay, would you please just update the website? Because we also have people in Oklahoma City who want to submit information to you. We'll get some to Madonna.
Okay. See any other hands? Okay, thank you, Mark. Okay, we're about at 3:16 now. Is there any other directors that we'd like to address? If not, let's get into this agenda. And okay, Representative Billy. We're under directors. That would have been under committees before the break. Is there anyone here that can give a quick? Is there any officers of the Constitution Revision Committee that are here? Representative Fulbright?
Yeah, our chairman is not here that I'm aware of, but I'm the assistant.
Okay.
We finally had quorum, and we elected officers. Chadi is our, from Ocheesy, she is the chairman. I'm the vice chairman, and Alexandria Palmer, is she from Tom Palmer? Stokes.
Alexandria Stokes?
Yes, Stokes, and she's from Tom Palmer Band. She is our secretary, and she is doing an awesome job. She's very thorough. She's, and all the committee is doing a great job that we've met so far. We stay on track of what we're working on. Trying not to get out in left field there on stuff that doesn't pertain. And, but we're going through each article. And however time it takes to go through each one of those, we're writing down our bullets for each one that we'd like to move on in discussion. We've had the chief there at our meeting. He's been to every one of them, even though we didn't have quorum. We was trying to get quorum, so we had it last time. But we've had some pretty good discussion, I would say, with everybody. So hopefully we can keep this moving on. Any questions?
Okay. Representative Billy, you still have the floor.
Yeah. My question was, my feedback was the only one that don't have anyone on there at the present time. We submit a name to the committee. Why does the council have to approve that when that's banned?
That's the way the code's written.
Excuse me?
That's the way the code is written. So it's just formality for those to come. I have never seen this council fail to approve a band's choice for the committee. Yeah. Okay, Representative Dethridge?
What would be the process in submitting something to the Constitutional Revisions Committee?
Like I said, we're going down each article. I would go through your representative, who's representing your band, and just let them know your feelings on a particular article that you want addressed. I know during the first meeting, we talked about not bringing up past items that we've had on the elections and stuff. And then we've talked about some of the points that were being brought up is to reduce the council down to 1. There has been some other issues brought up that we discussed blood quantum a little bit the last time. We talked about changing the name of Seminole Nation from Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. Like I said, there's just those bullets that, we're just going to move on from discussion. But I would talk to your representative from your band.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a representative?
We do.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. I can't remember everybody that's on there right now.
Okay, if there's no other requests for directors, we'll move into new business with TR 2023-85. I'd like to thank the program directors that came in today, and you are excused. Okay, TR 2023-85. This resolution is being withdrawn. Ms. Tiger Kohler has resigned from the Princess Committee. She submitted that letter. I don't know if it's been uploaded or not, but she has resigned. So we're going to withdraw this measure. Okay, so we'll move to, and bear with me, I didn't bring my progressive, so I'm struggling, okay? TR 2023-86, a resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma General Council approving the appointment of Stephanie Lambert to the Seminole Nation Business and Corporate Regulatory Commission. We have a motion by Representative Yesleth and a second by Ms. Borba. Okay, I seen Representative Dethridge, and then we'll go to Representative McCoy.
Probably just a point here, a clerical point. This is not an appointment, this is a reappointment to the BCR Commission.
Okay, if the sponsors agree, we'll do a friendly amendment to correct that language to reappointment.
Chair, we had this discussion at our band. I think we also need clarification because you said you fulfilled a position, and so that's what we needed to know. Was it a reappointment or appointment for like the full term of?
I'm sorry, I did get clarification.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it is a reappointment.
Okay, never mind. She got clarification.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we'll take it as reappointment.
Yeah, because this one would be for the full 3-year term. Okay, so Ms. Borba, did you accept the?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then I recognized, no? Okay, Representative Fulbright.
No, go ahead. I was going to call for question
Okay,
unless somebody, I didn't see any hands raised.
okay. Yeah, we got
Call for question.
Call for question. She completed 2 years. That was a term that she was completing that was already in place, and so this will be for the full 3 years. Okay, question's been called. Please call the roll.
Leetta Simpson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley. John Narcomi.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
No.
Joseph Billy.
Abstain.
Dolores Harjo.
Abstain.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslip,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Henson Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo, Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 21 yeses, 1 no, 2 abstain.
With a count of 21, 1 and 2, I declare 2023-86 to have passed. Okay, the next item, TR 2023-87, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma confirming to the appointment of Alyssa Ray Kelo to the Princess Committee. Can I get a motion to approve?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we got a motion by Gonzalez and a second by Fixico. I see no questions, comments? Once, twice. Call for question. Please call the roll.
Leatta Sampson,
No.
Anthony Conley. John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Abstain.
Dolores Harjo,
Abstain.
Karen Forbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslip,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Henson Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 2 nos, 2 abstain.
With a count of 22, 2 and 2, TR 2023-87 has been approved. Representative Narkemy.
That is correct. Restatement of that count.
It was given 22, 2 and 2. So that's not correct because we have 25 present, I believe. Well, one was out of their seat, 26, so yeah, never mind. One was out of their seat on the last count. Yeah, there was one out of their chair. Yeah, okay. Okay, next item. This is introduced by the Finance Committee, TR 2023-88.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. TR 2023-88 is a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modification of the Older American Program 2022 budget and incorporation of the said budget in the FY, excuse my voice, 2022 comprehensive budget, authorizing appropriations, and it's basically $80,000 expanding public health on the aging network for tribes, and I move adoption.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Any questions? Seth?
How much money are you appropriating?
Thank you. 80,000.
How much?
80,000.
This is creating a part-time medical technician position. It's like somebody to do home visits and take care of people. Yes, Representative Gonzalez.
I just like to explain to Ms. Cootie, this is not a
an award from the public health, and it's for $80,000.
Yeah, thank you. And it's to pay for the technician, medical technician? Yeah, I left my, that's
Okay.
good. Thank you.
Secretary, call roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes,
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yesley,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
yes,
Henson Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 26 yeses, 0 nos, 0 abstain.
Okay, with a count of 26, 0, and 0, TR 2023-88 has been approved. Next item, TR 2023-89, also introduced by the Finance Committee.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. TR 2023-89 is a tribal resolution from the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget for law enforcement funding for the Office of the Community-Oriented Policing Services, we call it COPS, and incorporation of said budget in the FY 2024 comprehensive budget and authorizing the appropriation of $639,000. I move adoption.
Okay, we have a motion. Mr. Petit, seconded. Representative McCoy.
We had a question, my band, on 89 and 90, specifically in the justification document on both, under supplies. It references the exact same thing. So something got, I assume, is incorrect on one of those, where it's telling about uniforms, 10 bulletproof vests. and
Okay.
It's exact same language, so I need some explanation, please.
Definitely, and then I would also like to, well,
And
that's
if
the
Chris-
next one,
and if-
never mind.
And if Chief Coker wants to.
Yeah,
come
Chief
in.
Coker, if you don't mind. There was a typo on two of these, on 90 and 93, I believe, where it says modification. It's not a modification, it's an adoption, but we'll address that when we get to those.
Yes, so on the SORNA and the COPS, you have the SORNA implementing the COPS. That's not the case. It's just, it needs to be corrected. The SORNA needs to be for one Tahoe, one police vest, one radio, etc. Not the 5 Tahoes for the SORNA or anything like that. So that's what needs to be corrected. The budget's fine, it's just the justification, it's not correct on it.
Okay, and my band wanted to know, how many employees do you have, and what is the size of your current vehicle fleet? And also, sorry, it's a 3-tiered question. What is the year of the vehicles?
Okay. We have 13 employees, 12 officers. The current fleet starts at 2020, 2021, 2022. The models. What was the other question?
Okay, so you told me 13 is the number of employees?
Yes.
How many in your fleet?
12.
12. All right. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Cootie?
I believe we read somewhere that you will be purchasing an airboat.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Where's the canal you will be riding the airboat? I said, where's the canal you're gonna be riding the airboat?
Oh. Well, we got the airboat because it's for fun. I'm just kidding.
Okay, I'm gonna ride it.
Just kidding.
I tried to help him, I tried.
I'm just kidding. So,
During the tornadoes we had a couple years back, everyone was worked up about the tornadoes and a lot of damage. Folks, the rain was more dangerous than the tornado on that day. Several inches of rain fell. We had several water rescues. We went out there on our own and swam and rescued several people. With an airboat, it's easy to get out there. You know, I need 2 inches of water. I can zoom to your house and rescue you or your family and take you to safety. The Seminole Reservation, we do not have any access to a boat like that.
Well, we kind of figured maybe, you know, other area communities would call you in, you'll be able to use the airboat, but it was just a question I had to
And that's
ask
actually
you.
right. Potawatomi County, they don't have one. Pontotoc County, they don't have one. Lincoln County, they don't have one.
Yeah, and then you look at our borders, it's
rivers.
North and South Canadian. I believe right now OHPs are the only close that can respond to any kind of water rescue, so.
I was just asking.
Yes, that's why.
We kind of figured.
We're gonna do free rides.
Yeah, free rides, Nation Days.
Nation Days Pond, we'll do free rides.
I had a ride in an airboat in Florida at Big Cypress.
In the new swimming pool. Okay, all right, point of order. Okay, Representative Cootie.
I had a ride in airboat in Big Cypress Reservation. Chief Billy said, "Oh, watch it." And he said, "You take your hand, you know,
Yeah.
your life in your own hand."
Yeah, okay.
Excuse me. I said, Chief Billy took me a riding in the airboat in Big Cypress Reservation. And he was going fast. I told him to slow down, and he said, "You know, your life is in your own hands, so it's up to you what you do." So I know. But anyway, thank you.
But it will be a good resource for us, especially with the task force that the district attorney for our district has put together. We're in a position to where when a response is needed, traditionally we're the ones that call somebody and we're the ones that need help. With the task force and with our resources now, we're an integral part of that task force, and we're actually able to be part of the response as opposed to holding our hands out and hoping somebody comes in and helps us. So we're positioning ourselves with the law enforcement, with these joint task force to better serve not only our reservation and our borders, but the surrounding areas as well. So, Representative Hill.
Hey, Chris, just a simple question, okay? With 13 employees you have on board, all of them, do you have to have license for it to operate that or not? No, yes?
Yes, we'll be going through a training.
Okay.
Yep.
All 13 of y'all?
Probably not all 13 of us. I will have, I believe, 3. It'd probably be supervisors that will be on the boat.
Qualified?
Yep.
Okay, Representative Thunder.
Okay, I just have a quick question. When it comes to the shift work, how many officers do you have that are on duty at a time? And which areas of the boundaries do they cover? Because I know in like some situations, it takes Light Horse 20 to 30 minutes to get to a call, even if it's just in Wewoke or just in Seminole. So what do you have in place for that?
Well, we usually have 2 officers out, and that's probably the issue because they're probably going call to call to call. And we're spread thin, and hopefully with upcoming negotiations with the Bureau, we'll get a few more officers funded. But it's just lack of personnel. That's why.
Yeah, and the Bureau is slowly responding to our requests for additional funding. They've basically asked for wish lists of what we need, and those are being considered across the McGirt area. And so we're hopeful that more funding will be awarded under those contracts. One good thing with cross deputization, yes, we only have 12, 13 employees, but with the cooperation of the other agencies, like even county, we basically are able to double our response, with having those officers on the street as well. So, and that relationship is a lot better than it traditionally has been, with county and with our department. So, Representative Cootie.
I know about how many light horsemen have you had in the Wewoka area in the past month or so? I know we've had situations.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah,
Yeah, all of them, everyone.
I know that going in and out of town, I've noticed our light horsemen is always in the areas and everything. And when it happened, I didn't know what was going on, but we had a light horseman parked in front of our house or on the side, so I felt safe. Thank you.
Yeah, yep.
Yes, Chief. What municipalities do we have cross deputizations with?
Seminole and Wewoka.
Representative Yeswith?
I can say housing, we had conversation with Seminole County and Wewoka, and they're really willing. They do report to calls. They have said, you know, our members will ask for light horse because of McGirt, which is fine. They said they'll stay, they'll try, you know, they'll talk, they'll assist as much as they can, as willing as our people allow them. So they're working real well. A lot of them have allowed them to stay. Others will tell them they don't want to deal with them. They'll wait for light horse. So those kind of things are happening with, I know when people think that things aren't being done, it's just that they don't want to deal with Seminole County or Wewoka. But they're there, and they're helping, and they're assisting as well.
And that's unfortunate because when those agencies, even OHP, when they respond, they're responding as a light horseman, you know, and so maybe we need to do some campaigning on that or something.
Yeah, and they said that they will always respond no matter what.
Yeah.
And it's just our members' right to ask for that they want a specific light horse. Then
Sure.
they'll stay if it's emergency situation. If it's non, then they'll move on and let them know that they're requested.
That's good feedback, thank you. Is there any other questions? We are getting close to time on this item. Call for question. Thank you, Chief Coker. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Zena Yeslett.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Out of his seat.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 24 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
The count of 24-0-0, TR 2023-89 has been approved. Okay, this next item, there has been some oversight with the title. It is just a budget approval, not a budget modification, so do keep that in mind when the motion and second is made. Finance Committee, Ms. Gonzalez.
Tribal Resolution 2023-90, a tribal resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget for the law enforcement 2024 budget to include funding from the SMART, is that correct? From the SMART FY 2023 support and Adam Walsh Act implementing grant program and incorporate of said budget modification budget in the FY 2024 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriation. Make a motion to approve?
Second.
Got a second by Representative Pittman. Any questions? Questions been called? Call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards. Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yesler,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Ensign Lena,
Yes.
David Brink,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill, Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 24 yeses, 1 no.
With a count
Zero
of
abstain, sorry.
24, 1, and 0, TR 2023-90 has been approved. Okay, the next item, TR 2023-91, introduced by Ms. Pittman with the Finance Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the transfer of the coronavirus aid relief and economic security, the CARES funds, to the Child Care and Development Fund of the American Rescue Plan Act, the stabilization budget, and the incorporation of the said modification to the FY 2023 comprehensive budget and authorizing the correction. Attached, we have the budgets, we have the award letters from DHS, we have the justification narrative for the modification of $6,629,264. We move adoption.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Gonzalez. Okay, Representative Petite.
I think this is just simple clarification of an acronym here. What is PARS? PARS, previously approved for COVID pay. I tried to ask that earlier, but does anybody know what that means?
What was that acronym again?
PARS.
PARS, so that's Personnel Action Request Form. So that's what we use for coding with HR, for everything, for classification,
I
for
need to write that down. Personnel what?
Action Request Form, or, yeah, PAR. So each budget year,
He said form, but the S demonstrating form is services.
Services, okay.
yeah, Personnel Action Request, yeah. So a PAR form is, we utilize that with coding to make sure that we know what fund somebody's getting paid out of and et cetera. So Representative Cootie.
Are we pulling funds from two?
Do we have a representative from Child Care here?
They wasn't here earlier. Yeah.
Okay. If not,
There was somebody back there.
okay, yeah, Ricky's here, and then we have the controller and a few other individuals here that can help. So if you can direct your question to Program Director. You might have to, it's way up there.
Good afternoon.
Monies from two funds, the coronavirus and relief, and then also from the funds, CARES Act, Rescue Plan Act, American Rescue Plan Act. Is that?
We are pulling it from the stabilization plan?
Just one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Representative Dethridge.
Yes.
This resolution, this is just for clarification. When you receive this monies, You just put in, it had the wrong code, is that what we're doing here, is straightening this out?
Yes, we did, this was to expire September 23, and we
I can't hear you,
got,
ma'am.
this expired 20/23, and we got a waiver from the regional office where we have till 2024, so we're trying to get it all straightened out.
Would this have caused a finding for the nation if it hadn't been corrected?
No.
Okay, thank you.
It would have just resulted in those funds expiring. Okay, I see no other questions.
Call for question.
Call for question. Secretary, please call the roll. Ms. Posto, thank you.
Deetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslin,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Ensign Lena,
Yes.
David Frink,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
Abstain.
Charlie Hill,
Abstain.
Tommy Chupko,
No.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 19 yeses, 5 noes, 2 abstain.
With a count of 19, 5, and 2, TR 2023-91 has been approved. Next item, TR 2023-92, introduced by the Finance Committee. Ms. Pittman, recognize,
Would it be possible to combine the 92 and 93, vote on both of them? It's the same.
as long as there's no objection from the council, to combine 92 and 93 to be considered for approval. I see none. I do want to make one clarification on TR 2023-9, or on resolution number 93. The word modification should not be in there. It just should say budget. Other than that, everything else is clear. Okay, so this is for consideration. This is for consideration of TR 2023-92 and TR 2023-93 to be considered simultaneously. Okay,
Move adoption.
we have a motion to approve
That's good.
in a second. Just for, I'm going to read them just for the record. TR 2023-92, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the tribal court's budget modification for the United States Department of Justice Coordinated Tribal Assistance Solicitation Fiscal Year 2023 Competitive Grant Award in the amount of $99,556, an incorporation of said budget and in the FY 2024 comprehensive budget and authorizing an appropriation. And for 2023-93, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the tribal court's budget for the United States Department of Justice Coordinated Tribal Assistance Solicitation Fiscal Year 2023 Competitive Grant Award in the amount of $900,009, an incorporation of said budget in the FY 24 comprehensive budget and authorizing an appropriation. We have a motion and a second on the floor.
For question?
Question's been called. Secretary, call the roll.
Deetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Say again, please, Dolores Harjo.
That was a yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Ensign Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 24 yeses, 2 noes, 0 abstain.
Well, the count of 24, 2, and 0, TR 2023-92 and 93 have been approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next item, TR 2023-94, SIDNOC, sponsored by Ms. Lambert.
A resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma amending TR 2023-80 to continue appropriations by extending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce through March 31st, 2024. And I believe Chief Harjo explained that earlier when he was up here for SINDOC.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Ms. Yeslith. See no hands.
Call the question.
Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
Still?
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Abstain.
Dolores Harjo,
Abstain.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
No.
Ensign Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
No.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 18 yeses, 6 noes, 2 abstain.
With a count of 18, 6, and 2, TR 2023-94 has been approved.
Chair.
Yes.
Can we block vote the next 3, 95, 96, and 97?
If there's no objections, there's been a request to consider resolution number 95, 96, and 97 simultaneously, as they are all Constitution Revision Committee appointments. I see no objection. I will, for the sake of process, read the 3 resolutions. Representative Petit.
Chair, while we're doing that, go ahead and incorporate your 23-105.
I really don't want to go out of order. That would be going out of order. No. Okay. So the next 3, TR 2023-95, a tribal resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing Marilyn Moore as the alternate appointee to the Seminole to the Constitution Revision Committee. Number 96, tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing Nancy Fixico to the Constitution Revision Committee. And number 97, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing David Frank as the alternate appointee to the Constitution Revision Committee. Can I get a motion to approve these three resolutions? I see. Oh, you want a second? I see, okay, Representative Cootie made the motion. And we have a second. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Abstain.
Charlie Hill.
Abstain.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 24 yeses, 0 nos, 2 abstain.
With a count of 2402, TR 2023 95, 96, and 97 have been approved. This next item, TR 2023-98, a tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing the development and submission of a tribal temporary assistance to needy families, also known as TANF, program plan and child support enforcement program plan to the Department of Health and Human Services for the administration of a tribal TANF and child support enforcement program.
Move adoption.
We have a motion by Representative Pittman and a second by Mr. Petit. Is there any questions? Representative Shaw, and then we'll go to Representative Petit, and then Billy.
Is there a purpose for us getting these back? I'm not against getting them back, but, do we have the personnel to run TANF?
I mean, currently, we don't have a program, so the answer would be no, but once this is implemented, then naturally, yes.
That's why I was asking, because, we've had the other one, what is it, child enforcement or whatever it's called up there, and the MODOKs have been running that for years,
That's correct.
and I don't mind bringing that back, but
If the council floor could refrain from visiting with each other, it's very difficult to hear.
do we have office space for them over here?
We would have office space identified if this is approved. It's a very small staff that would be needed to run this, but we have moved enough programs around, we would have the space or identify the space.
Okay.
Most likely, we could make some movement where some could be available even within the tribal court system or facility. But that's not necessarily the concern, but it's a good question.
All right, there you go.
Okay, Representative Hill and then Dethridge.
Sure, what about the vacant Oak Street that's been sitting there vacant for so many years? What's wrong with it? I have to 2 blocks away from the old bus station. Who knows what you plan on using that?
That's correct. So there was some concerns with some of the funding and stuff that was kind of trying to be tied to that previously. That was corrected. We did have some funding that was identified. However, because some of the provisions changed with the ARPA, we're having to go resubmit and re-identify some funding because we wanted to do some updates that are needed in that facility to be able to utilize it a little better. But yeah, we have properties that are available. let me see, I believe I saw Representative Dethridge's hand. Was it up first or was it Petite? Okay, let's go in this order so for clarifications. Go. Petite, Dethridge, Billy.
All mine's kind of simple, but there's a 10% match on that for the first year, and I think 20% afterwards. But there's no figures in there that tells us 10% of what, 20% of what. Do we have an idea of how much money we're going to have to be
So once this is submitted and approved, we would have to take it back, we'd have to appropriate a budget and bring that back to council with the identified funding, or whatever amount that would be.
Okay, but of that percentage, do we know what we were applying for grants? I guess, the run that program, is that, and the match be related to that?
Yeah, some of that,
I'm saying if it's $5 million,
it's not anywhere near that amount. Yeah. And again, it would take council approval, and if it dies on the floor, it would die on the floor. But step one would be approving this so that we can go to step two. Okay, Representative Dethridge.
So we're not talking about, come Monday morning, this is gonna be implemented? If
No.
this is passed?
No, a plan would have to be submitted and accepted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Billy.
That's kind of what my family asked me to ask that same question. If we voted yes on this today, was it due to the families that rely on this?
So right,
Does they go automatically, or are they going to be out funds for a month, 2 months, 3 months?
they would not. So there would have to be a provision where we need to approach the Modoc tribe because they currently have this. And so there would be a transition period. There would be a development period. My hope would be that we could, because there are quite a few Seminoles that do work for the Modoc tribe in this program already. It would be amazing to be able to steal them away, and we would inherently have a program that would hit the ground running. Okay. See no other hands. Secretary, call roll.
Leetta Sampson.
Is it 98?
Yeah.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen
Yes.
Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
David Frink.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 26 yeses, 0 nos, 0 abstain.
Well, the count of 2600 TR 2023-98 has been approved. All right. Next item, TR 2023-99, introduced by Representative Emerton.
Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing Willis Dethridge to the Tribal Court Liaison Board. I'd like to, if I could call Judge Barnes to clarify on this position.
Okay. So do we have a motion on the floor? Do we have a second? We got a second by Ms. Yeslith. Okay. Mr. Barnes, if you could, please, being requested to answer a question.
Could you clarify the function of the Tribal Court Liaison Board?
Yes, just as a background.
Check your microphone.
council, Okay. This council approved the liaison board in June, in that as a code revision, and that is part of the code. And in that code, it requires that the board is made up of 5 members, and those members will meet. They will act as a voice, if you will, for the court. The tribal court will have an opportunity to present to them the needs of the court, and then specifically, they will approve or consider any code revisions that would affect the court, such as criminal procedure, civil procedure, anything that would require a code revision or adding to the code. They would review that and then make recommendations to the council on whether to approve or not to approve that provision. Additionally, they would look at the requirements of a court clerk if in the event of that the court clerk position is open, then they would make recommendations to the executive office and to this council regarding the qualifications of the candidates. The executive office would still be making the recommendation for appointment. However, they would make those also make a recommendation to the executive office and to this council. And that's basically what they will be doing. Also, one of the other provisions contained in that is if there is a judge that needs to be reprimanded or even fired, then they can make that recommendation to the council pursuant to the code regarding those qualifications and so forth.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Representative McCoy.
It's not, sorry, Judge Barnes, it's not for you, it's for the executive office. Or Mr. Dethridge, how many committees does Mr. Dethridge currently serve on?
Mr. Dethridge, was it one? Yeah, just BCR?
Just BCR? And then intertribal delegate, that's separate, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Don't see any other questions. Okay, thank you, Judge Barnes. That wasn't a request, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, it's all 5. Is there any objections to block voting? Okay, so we have an objection, so we'll just go through each one. Okay, TR 2023-99. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
What? No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
No.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo.
No.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesla.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
No.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
No.
Danita Harjo.
No.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 10 yeses, 16 noes, 0 abstain.
On the count of 10 yes, 16 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2023-99 has failed. Next item, TR 2023-100, introduced by Ms. Lambert.
A tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing William Bill Wantland to the Tribal Court Liaison Board. I make a motion to approve and ask for a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Yeslith. Call for question. Secretary, please. Oh, you have a question. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question. Is William Wantland already one of our tribal judges?
He was. He has retired.
So currently, he's not serving on anything?
Correct.
Okay.
Question has now been called for. I'm getting hungry again. Please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
She's out of her chair.
Anthony Conley,
No.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Yancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
No.
Henson Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
Abstain?
Charlie Hill,
Abstain.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 16 yeses, 8 noes, 2 abstain.
With a count of 16 yes, 8 no, 2 abstentions, TR 2023-100 has been approved. Next item, TR 2023-101, introduced by Representative Dethridge.
Tribal resolution, Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing Daniel Thacker to the Tribal Court Liaison Board. Make that motion, ask for a second.
Second by Ms. Yeslith. Representative Petit?
I believe he currently serves on BCR board, is that correct? And any other committees or boards?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't,
Just the
you're just
one.
on the one and housing. So
Okay.
you're allowed to be on
That's
the 3. Yeah,
There's 3. Okay.
except for finance. Okay. See no other hands. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
No.
Anthony Conley,
No.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
No.
Henson Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 17 yeses, 9 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 17 yes, 9 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2023-101 has been approved. Next item, introduced by Representative Pittman, TR 2023-102.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing Kim Johnson to the Tribal Court Liaison Board.
Have a motion and a second by Mr. Petit. I see no hands. Secretary, call the roll.
Deetta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards. Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo. No. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
No.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 16 yeses, 8 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 16, 8, and 0, TR.
I need a recount. I need 10.
Sorry.
16, 10, and 0.
Correction, 16 yes, 10 no, 0 abstention. TR 2023-102 has been approved. Next item, TR 2023-103. Representative Pittman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing Kimberly Kravitz to the Tribal Court Liaison Board. Move adoption.
I have a motion and a second.
Second.
I seen Representative Petit's hand first. Thank you for the participation award, this one. Questions been called? Secretary, when you're able, please call the roll.
We're at 103.
103.
Leetta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo.
No.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
No.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 18 yeses, 8 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 18, 8, and 0, TR 2023-103 has been approved. We are now under other business. And I'll introduce this next item with a correction to a typo. TR 2023-104, a tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving a one-time appropriation of $1,200,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 funds to the Judgment Fund Burial Assistance Program. And I ask for a motion. Got a motion by Ms. Gonzalez, second by Representative Pittman. Okay. There is a question or a correction in the Sixth, whereas, where it is spelled out appropriating, it should be $1,200,000, and it says it's just wrong. So that's the only correction we have. Representative Chepko.
Yeah, we'd like to amend that to full 2 million to pay for a full basic burial.
Okay, I don't know what that,
A friendly amendment
so you want to
to the
change
dollar
it?
amount.
That would take a change in the actual code, the way it's written. Currently, the judgment fund code was amended, and in order to make that friendly amendment, we would have to address changing that code. I love the intent of that, because currently funerals are $9,000-$10,000 for a basic funeral, and then the cost of, but the way that current code is written, it was up to $5,000 or up to, and then the cost of like a cremation. So a resolution wouldn't be able to change that language in a code.
Okay, well, could we make a resolution to put, like, maybe another 750,000 into an account where they can apply for extra money? So we can pay for a full funeral?
And I see your intent. I think it would be better to take our time and research and write that and bring it back. It can be retroed to a date in that, but we need to make sure that the funds are there and identify those funds, and then properly bring that back. But and then we would need to consider how far back that would be retroed or whatnot. But the way it is now, there are several funerals that are pending. I believe the amount that's currently in that account is about $3,000. If that was to be expended by default, the way that amendment to the code is written, it would revert back to the old amounts in the old code. It will still do that at the end of 2024. Unfortunately, our math was wrong. We did not anticipate this many of our tribal members passing away. And so that's a hard figure to try to figure out, but that's why we have a shortfall, because we had more individuals pass. We do have a representative from the Judgment Fund here if you would like some clarifications on the current pending funeral services that right now would not be able to be funded. That's all the clarification I have. I see Representative Fulbright.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what he asked.
So he was requesting to make an amendment to this to essentially fully fund a burial.
Oh, fully fund the burial?
Right, but
Okay.
however, that would take a code revision, and we're not able to substantiate that. So it can be revisited at a special call or the next quarterly, and we can sort it out. But verbals with ARPA are very scary, so.
And I don't think we do verbals on ordinances.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to. So unless there's any, okay, Representative Shaw.
I'm looking at this, we gotta look at this pretty careful now. This CARES Act was supposed to be for that COVID, people who passed under COVID. How many of these people are gonna be, since COVID is no longer, since it's been signed off by the president, health board and everything else, what's gonna come back with them coming back and saying we misallocated monies?
So under the current rules, those are still fully in effect until December of '24, or depending on the appropriation, December of 2026. So while there is no pandemic, so to speak, those rules and that performance period of that fund still falls under those guidelines. And so as long as we're well within those guidelines, it's still allowable. And it was determined that this is a hardship, and so we've already established that. This is just a continuation. Had we anticipated that we would need this amount, we would have appropriated that to begin with. but we just simply did not anticipate the number of deaths that we were gonna incur.
Well, we can't guarantee who dies and who doesn't die. I understand that.
Yeah.
So, how you?
Let's see, I see Representative Petit, then Cootie, and then Borba.
Well, I understand each of these representatives' positions on this. I think one of the questions, and we may need to address this to Ms. Williams, is there language in that ARPA funds that stated it had to be COVID-related death before it could be compensated for?
It does not.
You said hardship. Well, I've not ever seen the language, so I couldn't tell you. I just am somewhat sympathetic to what Mr. Shaw was saying is I don't want this nation to get caught providing the service as much as we want to help our people and it be illegal because it maybe didn't meet the guidelines of what the ARPA had set out.
Yeah,
I know they were a little bit more lenient whenever they made that April last year final ruling, but that's always been my concern is did we appropriate monies for something, and having not ever seen the application form myself, but I was always concerned is did we do that because we didn't want to just become, a payment for everything and it not meet the guidelines of ARPA.
Yeah, and I appreciate those comments, and I think this council understands how strongly I feel about following the ARPA rules and how vocal I have been about the ARPA rules. Since that April of the final rule, there's been 100 more pages that was released this year in itself, which I don't know if anybody's taken the time to review those, but in certain areas, they're even more relaxed. In certain areas, they are expiring. But this is well within the way we've written the code, well within the final rule, and well within this council's power to basically reappropriate and continue this until the money's expended or until December of '24. Representative Cootie.
If this is, this pass, all right, like what about the following year after the money is gone in '24? Then if she comes back and wants more money for burial, where are we gonna get the money to help her, to supplement?
So the way the code is written, either the money will be expended by December of '24 or the original code. There's a provision within that code that it expires and reverts back to the original language and the original appropriated amounts. So that we would not be able to revisit this again with ARPA.
Yeah, so, but what I'm saying is, and if she needs more money after ARPA is gone, then what do we do? How are we gonna help her when the time comes? They still need money for burial.
That it would revert back to the original burial amount.
The 3,000.
Correct.
I know that, but that's what I'm asking. We've been appropriating extra money for the burial. So.
It's just understood.
Yeah, it's understood, and I understand. I mean, people need it, but I'm just afraid that when we have to revert back to 3,000, now there's gonna be people that, if the price of everything's gone up.
And that's what Representative Chupko was alluding to. Right now, the average funeral service is 10,000 plus.
Yeah.
And so
I'm just worried about the future.
I agree, and that would be something that the council would have to reconsider and look at the judgment fund dollars if it would, or look at another funding source. Okay, I'm gonna come back across to whoever I had recognized. Borba, and then we'll come back to the Senate. Representative Borba.
Yes, Chair, I just wanted clarification. So the pre-ARPA and CARES Act, the amount was 3,000?
Correct.
Okay, and the ARPA money is probably just about depleted, and like you said, you have some burials pending now to
Correct.
pay for. And so if we do not pass this today and appropriate this money, then the burial amount going to the family would be 3,000, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Pittman and then Representative Billy.
I just have a quick question. Maybe it's for clarification. If and when we approve this funding for today, do we have to increase the burial amount, or can we use it for longevity and service more people at the same rate of 3,000?
With the way the code is written, we would not.
Okay.
Representative Billy. Yes. Oh, yeah, I think she's itching to get up here. Okay, Representative Billy?
My one question was, what kind of depleted it so fast was when we initially passed the resolution, we retro it for like 8 months, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Okay. That was easy.
Yeah.
When it was supposed to go forward, it went backwards.
Yes.
To a degree, yes, yeah. Okay, any other questions? That's a great question. Representative Cootie?
About how many funerals are not being paid for?
The
Yeah.
outstanding funeral, we have 17, so that total amount is 79,900 as of yesterday.
So we have 17 pending
Outstanding,
funerals.
yes, pending.
And that was within what, the last, how many days?
Wednesday.
I mean, how many, so last 30 days? 40?
It depends on, we don't make final payments until we actually receive the death certificate. So there's a time frame from a period of a month to a year. But right now, we do, these are fairly recent deaths, so we do have to wait on the death certificate.
Yeah, so we have 17 pending, and right now, current funding sits at 3,000. If that 3,000 is expended, then by default, it goes back to the old amount, and the old code is now in place. So it's a approve, or we upset a lot of people. Okay, Representative Hill, and then Petite.
My daughter, this year, in the clothing allowance, then they get 200,
Yes,
and then next year should be the final 200, right?
yes, next year will be the final 200, and
Okay,
then
but
it'll
no.
go back to $100.
Yeah, that's the following year.
Yes,
Mine,
25.
no.
Yeah, our math was pretty good on that one.
We did on that one.
Okay, Representative Petite.
Okay, if I understand correctly, you said there's about $78,000 in pending exposure, or let's just round that off to 80,000.
Close to 80.
80,000 in, now, I don't have a recent deal. I showed back in June, you had 239,565 left. Could you bring this council up to date on what you currently have in that money?
The current balance as of Monday of this week was 3,000.
That's all that's left?
That's all that's remaining, yes.
Okay, 3,000, okay.
And that's your budget, right?
That's the remaining budget is 3,000 left on.
Yeah, and so if that 3,000 is expended, it reverts back to the old code and the old benefit amount.
Okay.
Correct. Representative?
Are you?
Okay, thanks. And the old amount is 3,000, right, Madonna, and it's drawn?
It's a total amount of 3,300.
3,300, is that still off the interest of that account in New
Yes.
Mexico? So are you currently working with your, I assume you have a board, is it the Trust Fund Management
Yes.
Board? And are they looking at different ways to grow that interest, knowing that eventually we won't have the ARPA money anymore, and it's gonna go back to the 3,000, and the reason we increased it is, for lack of better words, that council just put a Band-Aid on it just to have the ARPA money. So have you consulted with your board on plans? Are they looking at it?
Yes, they do look at, we receive OST reports from Albuquerque, which is the Office of Special Trustee, which is governing over our trust fund monies. The board does work with the administration, and then also the Treasury also looks at the funding, and he supplies a report to us.
Okay, so you do have a board. Is there a way we can put the trust fund board under, for the next, next quarterly? I didn't see them on there for committees and boards.
Sure.
The chair is here.
Yeah,
I
Mr.
know.
Narcome is actually
I know.
diligently holding his hand up here.
Well,
We
I don't have any
recognize.
questions for him. I was just asking if their board could be on here for the next quarterly meeting.
Okay.
But,
Noted. Okay. Representative Narkemy.
We'll happily be on the next meeting because I was going to bring it up anyway. In order, and we as the council have been here before, it's no secret that the interests are low, money is running out. A decision has to be made. Are we going to remove the money from the Office of Special Trustee and put the money into a standard bank account, which will collect us more interest? Are we going to stay with the Office of Special Trustee and gather low interest, which the result of that would be we would have to cut programs? So those are our paths. We have, and we're going to meet, we're going to discuss this, and at the next meeting, we're going to tell you what our decisions are. So, thank you.
Okay. Representative Cootie and then Petite.
What is the price going for a burial?
The average, if it's cremation, starting at cremation, it's 7,000 to 10,000 for an average funeral. Yeah, 7,000 to 10,000 is an average decent funeral.
And what about just the regular services?
That is the regular service. That's a whole. It's like like a package, and cremation is exact cost. So whatever the cremation is, it varies from different funeral homes and services.
Mr. Petite.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and talk to your trust fund management board. Okay, Representative Narkemy, you just said that we're going to have to meet because we're going to have to make a decision. I'm sorry, Desiree, I'm not going to be looking page 7, but you said you had to bring it to the council on that thing. We just heard a report, or just seen this morning, that there's already an increase in return on our deposits that we have. I don't know if it's money market, or CDs, or what it is. Now, I'm sure y'all are restricted to make sure you protect the monies. Do you get advice from New Mexico out there, or something, some area in that department, or how do you make your investments?
Currently, we have decided for the longest time, we've invested it in national debt. That has, at one time, brought us, what was it, 3-4%?
3.5.
At its highest point. Right now, it is
3.2.
3.2. So the amount that we're getting in interest is decreasing, and with cost of living, inflation, we can't go on with that. We either have to cut programs, or we have to reinvest it. Now, we have options in reinvestment, but that will take it out of the Office of Special Trustee. That money will stop being in trust if we invest in other higher yield, but more risky investments.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, and this is a very deep conversation, but let's stay on task because we are approaching that 5 o'clock hour, which would require us to vote to continue the meeting. And we've got this and a couple other items. So if you don't have any other questions for Ms. Williams, Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
No.
Anthony Conley,
No.
John Narkemy,
yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Abstain.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Marilyn Moore, Ensign Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 20 yeses, 4 noes, 1 abstain.
Count of 24 and 1, TR 2023-104 has been approved. Next item, TR 2023-105, a verbal resolution. The General Counsel of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing Rex Haley to the Constitution Revision Committee. Ask for a motion and a second.
Motion.
Got a motion by McCoy, second by Hill. Call for question. Constitution Revision Committee for Rex Haley. Okay, we have a motion, second. Please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit, Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore, Ensign Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 25 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
The count of 2500, TR 2023-105 has been approved. This next item is going to be a verbal resolution to fund the Honor Guard's trip to the Florida Seminole celebration. Representative Cootie.
I'll make a motion to pass this and ask for second. Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So we need to identify the actual language. I do believe it could be something similar to, I think as far as certain amount, if it was to follow our travel policy and to fund for them, as opposed to just a certain blank dollar amount or an appropriation amount, but to follow our procurement or our travel policies to fund exactly what it is, as opposed to just handing them a blank check. So it would, the verbal resolution needs to identify that it would pay for their fuel, their lodging, their per diem for the trip, just as it would for anybody else taking travel.
In other words, 5,000 is the limit.
It would be up to $5,000 would probably be the correct language. Representative Gonzalez.
Could you identify the source of funding?
It would either come from general fund, or it would probably need to come from the interest off of an account, off of an ARPA account. It would be one of those two. And I would recommend the ARPA or LATCF, which is we had appropriated before. Representative Harjo.
On the dollar amount, I know she set at 5,000, but is there any way that we could maybe take into consideration making it 10,000, because there is 7 of them, and considering all the, like, lodging and everything and all that?
I mean, we could, it's up to the general council. I think for it to follow our travel policy, if the council so desires to give them, you know, an allowance or a stipend is, you know, to just spend on, you know, souvenirs or something. But I think if we identify that it's to pay for the fuel, the lodging, and their per diem, we don't necessarily need to put a dollar amount on it. It would just be in accordance with our travel policy to pay for those certain things, which would be the fuel, lodging, per diem. And that's what anybody gets when they travel. Okay, I've got several hands up. We'll start over here with Representative Fulbright and come to Shaw, Billy, and Petite.
I agree with the, just paying for their fuel, lodging, and per diem per the travel policy, because as he said, they're getting extra money through fundraisers or doing different things also. So I think this would be a main help to them with their fuel, lodging, and because they're going to get a little cash with the per diem anyway. So
it would definitely assist their budget because their budget is small.
It will assist their budget, and I think that would be plenty, and it would be helpful to them, and they've got other monies coming in also.
Correct. Okay, come across to Shaw.
What I'm gonna add to that was, you know, she flat said 5,000 while ago. Why don't we modify their budget to reflect a flat amount of money and then go by your travel policies? Because they don't get enough money to travel all over. I know a lot of them come to funerals, but they don't get paid for coming to the funerals.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but I think it would be better suited to address that with the finance committee and come back and ask for a written.
It would take us 10 months to do that. Right now, I think if we just modify what she's saying, just a flat appropriation of $5,000 or $10,000 to modify their budget and just put it in there.
Again, that's negating our own.
We do it all the time.
We do, but I think it would be better so that we can identify the actual funds. You know, identifying up to 5,000 is one thing. When we're doubling that, I think it would be good to just be able to allocate what is needed in accordance with our travel policy, and then that way it's funded, and then we can come back and modify their budget the proper way.
I don't agree, but I'll yield the floor.
Representative Billy.
As far as the travel policy is concerned, what's the allowable driving distance? I mean, that's like a 20-hour drive.
So what you look at is the cost. So you would look at the cost analysis. You would be looking at round trip on an airplane. So you're for 7 people, average to Florida, you're probably looking at $400 to $500 a ticket round trip. So you're already looking at just in airfare alone. You know, you're looking at however many he said, 7 or 8 guys at $400. That's $3,200. And then you're looking at luggage, their gear, everything else, how much it would cost to get that down there. So when you look at the cost analysis of how much it costs to drive somebody down there versus airfare, that's what makes it allowable or disallowed. And it would be justified to pay for them to drive because that would be cheaper than flying them.
But that was my point.
Yeah.
That was my question. Are you going to give them 4 days travel? And what I mean by drive 12 hours, stop, drive the additional distance?
That would be correct. That would be proper. Yeah, that would be proper for them to be able to stop at a site and overnight and then drive through. No, it would be for whatever it would cost for them to drive to point A, rest, drive to the final destination. So yeah. Okay, Representative Cootie.
Well, for me, I didn't think 5,000 was that much to pay for, because I feel like I'm here and I can walk the streets and be free because of people who are willing to give up their life. That's what I look at.
Yeah.
And I think that, if it's up to 5,000, they can be how much is the hotel? And
So,
I don't know how long it's gonna
so
stay
what
there or
I'm,
whatever.
what I'm recommending is that we don't put a dollar amount on it because I don't know that 5,000 is enough. And it be for the actual cost of what the trip would be. So their fuel mileage, their lodging, and their per diem. And we don't put a dollar amount on it.
So if it goes over, you can.
If it
allow
goes over the 5,000, then it would be fine. If it's under it, then it's also fine. That would be proper because we would be following our travel policy.
But then again, some are saying that they travel outside just Florida. I'm talking about other areas, so.
Right, and we can revisit that with a proper resolution that goes before Finance
Okay.
Committee to modify their budget.
All right, but I'm still asking for 5,000.
And we are at 4:55. We got 5 minutes, so we're gonna have to
It's a real fast question, okay, if that's the case, we're gonna come back with a resolution. Our next order would be in March, so therefore, that way entails that we're gonna have another council meeting before February, right? Because they're leaving February.
So this resolution, this verbal would fund that trip. They have their budget that was approved for this FY, but what the recommendation is to add some more funding to that. So we can do that properly, but then also take care of this measure today to make sure that they're properly funded to get them down to Florida. And Representative Petit?
Okay, we've had a lot of discussion on the ways to fund this. You did mention the local assistance tribal consistency fund had several $1 million. Is that
Correct.
correct? Would it be improper for us to take the $5,000 that she's proposing and just dedicate that to this trip? And if there's any money that is left over, it just goes into their fund.
No, we could do that, and what I'm saying is I don't know if 5,000 is enough when you're looking at hotel rooms. So that's why I say don't put a dollar amount on it, a restrictive dollar amount, but just follow our travel policy that will ensure that they get the exact amount that they can by our tribal laws and our travel policy.
Well, we proposed $35,000 on the 10th of November, out of ever how many million you have. So I don't, if she would accept the friendly amendment for $7,500.
Okay, and I think 7,500 would probably be more realistic to get them there and back.
Would you accept the friendly amendment for $7,500? $7,500?
Okay, so we have a verbal resolution to fund the honor guard to a trip to Florida for the Seminole Nation celebration in the amount of $7,500 with an appropriation from LATCF, Local Tribal Consistency Fund, I believe. That's our verbal resolution. Representative Emerton? Yes, for the competition. I do recognize her hand first, Representative.
Well, I still want to just do the fuel, lodging, and per diem, because what if it goes over?
We're gonna have to by our policy. So we'll have an appropriation amount and then we'll still have to follow our travel.
If it goes over 7,000, then we're just going to pay it up to the 7,000?
Yeah,
Okay,
essentially. Okay, so $7,500.
Okay.
That is the verbal resolution. Question's been called. Please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Delois Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
David Frank.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 26 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
The count of 26-0-0, verbal resolution to approve the Florida trip for honor guard to go compete, and they must win, has been approved. Representative Shaw.
Yes.
But oh, everybody.
Representative Shaw.
I don't know what's wrong with this thing. Anyway, I read the bill from the West End, and I agree with them on Title change in Title 14. I want to ask that the AG follow along with recommendations of West End and have a changes to Title 14 for our next council meeting. So,
For our next quarterly council meeting, or?
next council meeting.
Okay, that'll be Title 14. Okay, not an issue. Not an issue. Okay, well, we have used every single minute of our allotted time.
Make a motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to, somebody pray.
Father God, watch over each and every one as we travel over the highways and the byways. Let us all be safe and sound. Let us understand one another from the heart to the head, and let us all be bound together, one to another as a nation. And I pray that all is well with you. Amen.
Amen.
Hey, Dave. I made 20 of these, but I kept two. You got one. Who wants to pass it out?